Did I do it? I have a chat here. I don't think I need that. Excellent. I think I did it. Oh, and now I can't leave the calendar. How do I leave the calendar? No. There we go. Okay. Ah, it works. It works.
After the much anticipated.
Excellent. That means we can. Yeah, I'm expecting really no one to show up because year-long hiatus not really that interesting. But in the event that anyone watches this at any point in time, I read this amazing little preface to the whole. Am I going to read the whole thing? Yeah, why not? It's just 3 pages, which has so many interesting and relevant things, and after that, I'm probably going to read something else, depending on whether or not I'm alone or not. So this is the preface to the book The True Believer by Eric Hoff. This book deals with some peculiarities common to all mass movements, be they religious movements, social revolutions, or nationalist movements. It does not maintain that all movements are identical, but that they share certain essential characteristics which give them a family likeness. All mass movements generate in their adherents a readiness to die and a proclivity for united action, all of them irrespective of the doctrine they preach and the program they project. Breed fanaticism, enthusiasm, fervent hope, hatred, and intolerance. All of them are capable of releasing a powerful flow of activity in certain departments of life. All of them demand blind faith and single-handed allegiance. Faith. All movements, however, different in doctrine and aspiration, draw their early adherents from the same types of humanity. They all appeal to the same types of mind. Though there are obvious differences between the fanatical Christian, the fanatical Mohammedan, tell the age of the book, the fanatical nationalist, the fanatical communist, and the fanatical Nazi, it is yet true that the fanaticism which animates them may be viewed and treated as one. The same is true of the force which drives them on to expansion and world dominion. There is a certain uniformity in all types of dedication, of faith, of pursuit of power, of unity, and of self-sacrifice. There are vast differences in the contents of holy causes and doctrines, but a certain uniformity in the factors which make them effective. He who, like Pascal, finds precise reasons for the effectiveness of Christian doctrine has also found the reasons for the effectiveness of communist, Nazi, and nationalist doctrine. However different the holy causes people die for, they perhaps die basically for the same thing. This book concerns itself chiefly with the active revivalist phase of mass movements. This phase is dominated by the true believer, the man of fanatical faith who is ready to sacrifice his life for a holy cause, and an attempt is made to trace his genesis and outline his nature. As an aid in this effort, use is made of a working hypothesis, starting out from the fact that the frustrated predominate among the early adherents of all mass movements, and that the frustrated, I've never used predominate in that way, and that they usually join of their own accord. It is assumed, 1, that frustration of itself, without any proselytizing prompting from the outside, can generate most of the peculiar characteristics of the true believer, and 2, that an effective technique of conversion consists basically in the inculcation and fixation of proclivities and responses indigenous to the frustrated mind. To test the validity of these assumptions, it was necessary to inquire into the ills that afflict the frustrated, how they react against them, the degree to which these reactions correspond to the responses of the true believer, and finally, the manner in which these reactions can facilitate the rise and spread of a mass movement. It was also necessary to examine the practices of contemporary movements where successful techniques of conversion have been perfected and applied in order to discover whether they corroborate the view that a proselytizing mass movement deliberately fosters in its adherents a frustrated state of mind, and that it automatically advances its interest when it seconds the propensities of the frustrated. It is necessary for most of us these days to have some insight into the motives and responses of the true believer. For though ours is a godless age, it is the very opposite of irreligious. The true believer is everywhere on the march, and both by converting and antagonizing he is shaping the world in his own image. and whether we are to line up with him or against him, it is well that we should know all that we can concerning his nature and potentialities. And the most important part of this: it is perhaps not superfluous to add a word of caution. When we speak of the family likeness of mass movements, we use the word family in a taxonomical sense. The tomato and the nightshade are of the same family, the Solanaceae. Although one is nutritious and the other poisonous, they have many morphological, anatomical, and physiological traits in common, so that even the non-botanist senses a family likeness. The assumption that mass movements have many traits in common does not imply that all movements are equally beneficent or poisonous. The book passes no judgment and expresses no preferences. It merely tries to explain, and the explanations, all of them theories, are in the nature of suggestions and arguments, even when they are stated in what seems a categorical tone. I can do no better than to quote Montaigne: "All that I say is by way of discourse, and nothing by way of advice. I should not speak so boldly if it were my due to be believed." And I really wanted to share this because this summarizes literally everything I've felt the entire last year whereupon I wrote all of this about Islam. But I also didn't just want to come back and really do the same thing. I kind of felt like I got over the things I wanted to get over. But I did kind of want to put a neat little bow on the whole thing I've done. And the whole sort of point of it all. And I remember it sort of goes back to the last video I posted, which was, I think was, Am I Mask Off, Am I an Islamophobe? Where I start to sort of explain these ideas, but I don't think I understood them myself yet. But essentially, I want to be clear. I was racist. And like any good racist, I had many great reasons for why I was racist. Many great reasons for why actually it was just rational. But, just in case I was wrong, what is the treatment for a phobia, an irrational fear? Well, the treatment is exposure therapy. And so, that is what I have done. And that pretty much summarizes the whole point of this channel, and also why I couldn't be bothered to do anymore, and should probably be a good sort of bow for everyone who was ever interested. But if anyone is ever going to be interested again, I'm going to be streaming again, ideally at the same time each week, but we'll see. And if anyone wants to come by and listen, I will, or ask questions, I will certainly do so. However, if nobody comes by and listens, I can do whatever I want. And the thing I want the most is to find something else, which I know is stupid. I don't have to change my mind. I've read this before. I know the whole thing. But it is also so amazingly well written. So that's what I'm going to do. Unless somebody stops me. Should I change that? I could change that. What happened 18 minutes ago? One moment, please. Wait, am I watching 3 different ways at the same time? That's amazing. Incredible. Streamlabs is watching, I was checking, and the live chat, I guess. Okay, where were we? Something happened 19 minutes ago. No idea what that was. So, the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels is a bit infamous, but is also so fun to read. A spectre is haunting Europe. The spectre of communism. All the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise this spectre. Pope and Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, French radicals and German police spies. Where is the party in opposition that has not been decried as communistic by its opponents in power? Where is the opposition that has not hurled back the branding reproach of communism against the more advanced opposition parties, as well as against its reactionary adversaries? Two things result from this fact. Communism is already acknowledged by all European powers to be itself a power. It is high time, and two, it is high time that communists should openly, in the face of the whole world, publish their views, their aims, their tendencies, and meet this nursery tale of the spectre of communism with a manifesto of the party itself. To this end, the communists of various nationalities have assembled in London and sketched the following manifesto, to be published in English, French, German, Italian, Flemish, and Danish languages. Wow, back in the age when Danish, well, when we spoke Danish here in Norway. But this is an interesting and also very sort of true thing, which is one of the fascinating things here, is there is an element of utility which isn't what people have gone, hey Andy, what do you mean by exposure? Did you expose yourself since you've been away, or... not really. I'm not sure what I said when I said exposure. I don't always listen to the things I say. But I mean, this is all I've been thinking about Islam for the past year. So, I have been thinking about it, but I haven't necessarily exposed myself. Oh, exposure therapy. Oh, sorry. Now I remember. My brain. Exposure therapy is when you... So imagine you're afraid of spiders. So what you do when you're afraid of spiders is either you just live with it and accept that you're always going to be afraid of spiders, which isn't that big of a deal. But obviously I live in a country where we have immigration and there are Muslims now. And if I'm going to walk around being terrified every day, not great. So what you do then? Well, if you have go back to the spider thing, you start small. You start with little, like drawing a spider maybe, or drawing a dot with 8 legs or 8 lines coming out of it. You sort of gradually build it up while never sort of overstressing yourself until you get to the point where the thing that is stressing you out no longer stresses you out because you've been exposed to it enough. It's like, okay, well, yeah, so big deal, who cares? And that's basically where I'm at. Basically where I'm at is... I mean, I say basically. There are some clever things which I like about it, but the essential conclusion is very similar to that, where I feel like there are stupidities associated with how people apply their understanding of Islam. Many of them I voiced in the Islamophobe Breeds series. Many of them sort of came to me while being hypercritical. But I can sort of see how... Basically, I feel like I can see better from the perspective of, like, the first Muslims, or, like, I want to say from the Prophet, but obviously that, to you guys, that sounds, like, extremely arrogant. But, like, to see things from the view of the sort of the point he was trying to make. But, then again, the things I've concluded are almost certainly different from the things you've concluded. So, like, maybe... I should give examples. Now I'm just waffling about nothing. So, for example, I realized that Sharia law. So I still think that Sharia law is... how I describe it now, I describe Sharia law as being un-Islamic. I think there's a contradiction between the statement having no partners with God, God being the master of judgment, and the idea of Sharia law. I don't think all of these three things can be true at the same... Or by the idea of Sharia law, I mean the idea that humans can judge people for their faults. But there is a little bit of an insight I realized, which is obvious to anyone who has broken Sharia law their whole lives, is that you don't actually need to... God doesn't need to punish you at the end of life. because all of the things listed in the Sharia law are things that have consequences in this life. Like you get the justice from, like, if you get drunk, what happens the day after? What was those papers? I mean, it's literally everything I've written. Like every time I was like, I want to maybe go back to the YouTube channel, but I don't understand what I want to talk about. I wrote something down, and I wrote like a script for like a video. Like here it's titled "The Epilogue." So I can read you a little bit. I wish I had understood sooner the relationship between Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. I have not converted, but I understand now. I have not changed or overwritten what I already knew. I have reverted. I'm being a bit smart-ass there, but gone back to a theory I had no use for. I should explain. You shouldn't believe in God. Firstly, you should not act as though God exists. If you hear voices, they are never God. If you can resist the voices, then even if you try as hard as you can, then it cannot be God. Sorry, I wrote that badly. God cannot be denied even if you try, so therefore you should. Act as though God does not exist, for if he truly needs you, your acting will not prevent him. Similarly, you should never assume God will save you. Save yourself if you can. Save whoever else you dare. But more on this later. We all know this. We all act as though God isn't there. You also shouldn't think God exists. The tendency here is to think God agrees with you. As soon as you start justifying your actions with God, you are hiding behind him, when you could be explaining yourself or explaining why you should act how you act. Actually, a good example of this, one of the things that really stuck with me was the conversation I had with Muslim Lantern. And specifically, once I kind of like, why pork? Why would he care about that? Why is that a big deal? And his first word immediately, before I even had time to process, is unhealthy. I was like, perfect. But also, expand upon it. So a little bit more there. Is the idea actually, I think, that your ideas of the sort of Islamic laws are far too narrow. They're far too specific, but also they're far too strict. Like that, you can make mistakes in your life, and you will feel the consequences, and you will learn from these consequences. So yeah. And do you think God will allow you to blame him if you sin while thinking you are faithful? And that kind of follows from the things I've been saying. So, like, this ability to be critical of ourselves and our understanding of God or whatever is always necessary, regardless of whether or not we agree on anything. Regardless of whether it's the same God. Like, we shouldn't make appeals to God to justify things when we can use logic, reason, and arguments and evidence. And so I would even go so far as to say that that's the point of Sharia law. It's not actually instructions, it's demonstrations. It's like I was asking this question, like, why is God so tyrannical, so evil, so cruel, so heartless? I was like, no, he's not like saying, well, if you do this thing that you want to do, then why are you making me hit you? Like, it's not like that. It's more like, there are consequences for you. Don't touch the fire. That's more the way it is. That's the way I interpret it now, is that the Sharia should be seen more as this sort of God telling you, please don't touch the fire, you're going to get burnt, rather than, if you touch the fire, I'm going to whip you. That feels the difference. Appreciate your honesty and interest in trying to place yourself. I'm Muslim, a bit to your streams, all sounds there, I believe. Yeah, cool. Thank you. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that was what most people got from my videos, was essentially just a way for them to engage with our ideas, which is probably why people missed me so much. But by all means, I am sorry. I wish I had maintained that rhythm, but I was very optimistic, because when I started, I set myself the goal of doing it once per day, and that was 0% chance of going well. God is just. God doesn't. Yeah, but I think it's even more so, because obviously I understand the way you kind of have to phrase it like that, Madi, because he's because obviously he created everything. So even if it's just the universe punishing you, it's still technically God punishing you. But I think we should distinguish a little bit about that. It's more like God built a big playground for you, let you out in the playground, and he's saying, don't do the things that are going to hurt you. Uh, Up to I feel like I remember there was an Anki, but maybe you're a different one. I vaguely remember the Anki. But yeah, so I feel like it's more like a warning about the playground rather than okay, well, if you do the bad thing that hurts yourself, then I'm also going to punish you. So, Abdur, interesting. I'm curious more about the etymology, but let's not get that deep into it. So yeah, but also I kind of feel like there is a more of a value. Actually, I should tell you. I should tell you the whole story. So I think what made me the most sympathetic towards the Quran was this statement: "Iblis will not kneel for Adam," because that's the whole thing. For me, the strongest argument against God is the problem of evil, the problem of natural evil, and we've kind of already hinted at the idea that I've hinted at a solution in my videos, which maybe you remember, but it was buried under hundreds of hours of me talking. But I've also hinted at the sort of idea that Sharia might be more of a I lost my train of thought there. Oh, yeah, I lost my train of thought. Who cares? It wasn't important, probably. No, yes, evil. Sorry. So the problem of natural evil and the idea that evil, uh, the idea being that evil could stem from this idea that the devil would not, like, the devil is trying to prove to you that you don't deserve happiness. And, or sorry, that you don't deserve God's love. And for that reason, because obviously he doesn't believe that. He refuses to kneel. That's the whole point. By definition, he's incapable of believing that. And God knows, and he's not telling us. He's waiting for us to figure it. So the only person we're trying to appeal to here is ourselves. God, the devil is trying to convince us that we don't deserve to go to heaven. And if he manages to convince us, then maybe we end up being silly enough that we don't deserve to go to heaven. But maybe then again, maybe we can always be saved by repentance and so on. So I think there's much more value to this, to the function of the devil, to the function of evil, and to the function of, therefore, of criticism and sort of destructiveness in this sense. But yeah. Anyway, I could also start sorting through all of these if you really want to hear my thoughts about this, but I feel like that's a couple of the more important things. And of course, if you have any questions, if you're like Abdullah, you watched, like you remember watching and talking to me, so you probably remember like vaguely, like maybe you have some ideas like, oh, have you changed your mind about this? Do you still think this? And so on. This is a lovely thing. I feel like, actually no, I feel like there is a way, now I'm going to be very generous, because obviously I still not sure I believe any of this. I'm still feel like it's more, a better explanation is very clever philosopher rather than literal word of God. But there is a sort of a very good philosophy in it. There is actually, okay, so there are some really nice through lines. So let's say we read read it as a trilogy. It's the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran. Well, what does the Torah say? Like, I feel like there's a very oversimplified message, but bear with me, is love thy neighbor. Love people who are like you. Love people in your tribe, in your society, in your culture. And then in book 2, we have Jesus say, love thine enemy. Love even the people who you fight against. Love all mankind. And then the Quran does something really clever, which is like, it feels like it's done now. Like, who more? Like, your friends and your enemies. That's everyone. Forgotten one person. Love thyself. Treat yourself with enough respect and dignity and kindness in the same way that you are obligated to treat others. And if you don't do that, you get punished right away. I feel like also that's worth mentioning. You get punished right away. You don't like. You get punished when you're drunk the day after. And if you don't repent, then you get an even bit like if you start drinking again, then you get an even bigger punishment. So I don't know. It feels like there's a lot of interesting things like this, but yeah. But this is the thing. There is one thing I need to clear up. I refuse to believe that we now believe in the same thing. But yeah. Yeah, yeah, 100%, Abdullah. I think it's 100% like emphasized both, and not even just in, not even just in the Quran. Like I went back to the Bible. Here, I have the books lying next to me. I went back to the Bible and I reread some of that, and it's like you reread the book of Job, and you realize that it's not like he's on God's side, or like he only doesn't like God because God told him to do something which he thinks is obviously stupid. But then again, he sort of acts like me when God tells him to do something stupid. He tries to sort of taunt God into disproving himself. He sort of goes for it so aggressively. And I think that might be some value, I think, is being lost in this sort of communal get together, everyone kumbaya, because that's one of the things I noticed. Like the vast majority of you, when you started watching my videos, were like, "Oh, it's okay. You can do what you can support. Like it's not that bad." Like it was always this sort of generous niceness, and I'm always suspicious of niceness. Whereas I feel like there's a much bigger, a lost value in being assholes, in being hypercritical and being like, and that's why I started the whole thing by explaining like, well, yeah, I was a racist, and I was obviously had great reasons. Don't get me wrong, and my reasons were amazing. But just in case I was wrong, like that sort of attitude of I'm obviously right about everything, but I'm going to spend all of my effort trying to prove myself wrong. That's an effort I think is important, and that's how like if we do that more with religion, then we get more to the depths of what's important about it. But yeah. We could continue reading if you want, but I feel like it's not going to be. Oh, it might be. I feel like if I should do that, I should probably reread a lot because I feel like I have strong opinions. Actually, I almost should rewatch the video. Actually, let's do a couple. There's one thing I wanted to talk about because there is one thing. Where is it? Where's the one? The women one? Is it? There we go. Which one is it? You guys remember? It's like 4 or something? Where's the one? Because I remember describing it as a joke, as like, why did he put the punchline at the end? And then it sort of clicked with me. I was like, this also fits the whole. It's just doesn't accept that Allah knows best. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. But in not accepting it is how he finds his proof. Like the whole sort of he knows about God. He believes in God. He even up to until God told him to kneel, he respected and trusted God and knew that God knew best. But as soon as God told him something which violated his idea, like his nature, like obviously God made him this way on a purpose, and I think God made him on this way specifically to test our like to give us the sort of ability to critically examine our own goodness or evil constantly. Why did I say believe that? I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to. I don't think I agree with any Muslims. I don't think actually. I think my view of this is significant, but then again, I don't talk to very many about religion. This is just my first step into it. But I think Iblis was designed specifically with the purpose of testing our ideas and making them better, which is what the purpose of critical thinking is. So even though obviously he doesn't like, he's like you get it's like the wind, like it's like, oh, the wind doesn't respect me. Yeah, no, no shit. force of nature rather than a thing. But I wish I had written better notes, but I really, it was really, was it here? Okay, let me double check the other one. But it was so funny when I realized it made sense from, let's view channel. Where are my videos? The women. It was 4. I was right. But it has the sort of it wasn't 2, was it? Where's the one that tells women to cover up and men to not look? I feel like that's such a genius thing. Is like I've always interpreted that as being ultra sexist. Which verse? Yeah, exactly. The one. So there's 2 lines, or 2. What's it called? Because the surah is the whole thing, but this is like one part of it. I guess verse. And I want to find it so I can point to it and actually say exactly what happens. But who cares? It's not that important. Basically, there's this statement: men shouldn't look, like, in order to protect yourself. The way I interpret it, in order to protect yourself from the sort of sexual sin, men should not look. And then and women should, and then there's a massive, like, cover their breasts, cover their arms, cover their belly, cover their hips, cover their legs, cover their eyes, cover their hair, like, or not their eyes, but like, cover their jewelry. And to me, I remember commenting it. It was so funny. It was, or to me, it was. Which one is this? Is sur un heure? Or is it the one I was on? Or I can double check, actually. Okay, it's faster to scroll if I do it like this. No, it's not that one. But yeah. Oh, it's a late one. No, it was one of the earlier ones. It was very. I remember vividly reading it and thinking, why didn't he do it like a joke? And my brain now, less critical brain, more like, okay, well, let's try and make it work. Like, what's the way we could make it work? And it's like, oh, because it's the most important. Like, if men don't look, then they've prevented the whole evil. Like, there's no way of honestly, the thing I'm thinking of, sexual assault, if men don't look. So it's like, it's I don't want to call it feminist, but like, if you, and to me then the issue is doesn't it feel like, at least what I've gotten, the impression I've gotten that the majority Muslim countries believe in, is this sort of blaming women more and sort of requiring it more, when in reality, as long as the man has looked, they're at least 50% responsible for anything that comes after. Because the women has this, like, the women do 50% part and the man 50% part, but the women, like, if the woman does 9 out of 10 things, then the man is like 90% guilty. So, oh, it's the 24th. Really, it was late. Maybe I it all blended in together. Okay, let's see. 24:30. Yes, it is that one. Well done, you guys. Me brain not working. To lower their glances and guard their private parts is pure for them. And then tell the believing women to lower their gaze, guard their chastity, not reveal their adornments, except let them draw their veils. It's this massive long laundry list of things. I'm like, what if I was writing this? Asshole, asshole, and potentially Iblis worshipper, as I've indicated. For me, I would write the opposite order, and it's like, oh, it's a joke. But if it's meant to be serious, if it's meant to not be a joke, then you write it this way because, well, the man not doing the thing is the most important. Men typically have power over women just by virtue of our bodies. But yeah. And in case you were wondering which part I got to, it was 36, Yasin. That's the one I haven't read yet. We can continue there if you want to, but here we are. And if I was going to read it again, I would kind of like to read it from the book, because I remember there were parts of the translation online here which didn't weren't or sorry the parts of the transcription online of this book which weren't the same. So I'm either it's an older edition or something, but I don't know. Let's see. Oh, also there were signs for all to see. That also fits very well into my sort of idea of the things the Quran warning you about more being about presenting evidence than it is about presenting instruction. Yeah, yeah. It was just to protect women, exactly. But it sort of feels like it's been applied not to protect women. It feels like it's been applied to control women, which is bad. Like it's like you if you use God as a justification to like control other people, like if you can use God to inspire yourself, you can use like it almost honestly, just to be a little bit sort of hypercritical, men should read this part and women should read that part, and we shouldn't read each other's parts. Joke not intended, actually. Like we should like focus on the things we can do, not like, oh, it's this great. Obviously, he was apparently Louis. Let's not comment on that. Louis C.K. had this great little short video where he's talking to his children, and he says the only reason you should ever look to the plate of the person next to you is to see that they have enough. Never to see if they like if they have more than you. The point is, does everyone have enough? Not do can I get as much as them. The point is never to sort of equalize it like that. It's always to make the world a better place. And to me, that goes back to the same principle that we shouldn't be going around like, oh, in the Bible there's actually a great line about this. My confirmation teacher told me his favorite story or his favorite line was I'm going to do it in Norwegian, I'll translate it. Do not, or I'm going to translate it directly. Do not worry about the twig in your neighbor's eye when you have a wooden beam sticking out of your own, like, or a whole tree growing out of your own. Like, you focus not on what others can do to themselves be holier. Focus on what you can do to be yourselves holier. Oh, but also I need to pee, so BRB. Actually, since I have the two of you here, Another thing, at the time of the Quran, sexual assault very, very common. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Obviously, like that's one of the things I think is most underestimated. Oh, you changed. Oh my god. I was instead of actually reading your names, I was just looking at the number because whoever of you has commented most, but it's obviously going to swap. Um, yeah, no, I think reading things in context of history is something I feel is underrated. But actually, on that topic, which is something I was thinking about when I was going, when I went to the bathroom now, how, since I have you here, how often do you read the Bible? Because, like, I feel like that should be a natural. Like, you have the guidebook that tells you how to interpret this, the guidebook that tells you the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and blah, 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 blah. So why don't you use it to read the poetry and analyze the poetry? It's God's poetry. God wrote this poetry. God made this poetry. He made this. Why wouldn't you enjoy his poetry? Or maybe you do. Maybe that's very common. Maybe I'm completely ignorant. Maybe that's very usual. And before you say that the Christians don't read the Quran, reminder, they don't know. They haven't been told. You've been told. You've been told that it's all connected. At that time, Muslims were better protected from otherness. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. It does make sense. Obviously, because the non-Muslims wouldn't be forced to follow the rules, uh, or indeed. But also, let's be clear though, Madi. Like, let's not be too nice here because there are still people who are Muslims who will use this as an excuse. I think mostly Iran, but to be fair, I know Iran is not very popular amongst most Muslims. Um, but like it seems like the idea that God has told women to do this is then an excuse. It's like, well, I couldn't control myself because she I could see her face, I could see her lip, I could see her shoulders. Like it's not we're living in a little bit of a better world than that. Like you are still in control of your body. Like yeah. So and also, as you know, at this time in the society I live in Norway, we're pretty feminist. Like if if a man assaults a woman, it's almost to the point where it's a listen and a believe kind of situation. So so the idea that there's a lot less likely to be assaulted. So it feels this question then to me feels like how much do people engage with it as a living text, and if you don't, isn't that an indication of this exactly the thing Islamophobes are afraid of? That you're trying to enforce a cultural hegemony. That it's not really about the ideals and the values and the love of God. It's about making everyone the same. And I have to say, I very much will not accept that. Remember, we believe it's corrupted because of environments. Yes, but I have tried to be honest, but I haven't read it fully, so there is inconsistency. Yeah, yeah, no, I get all of that, but I feel like you're missing the point. Like, where we, like, I understand you say the word corrupted, but let's not, like, you read other things that aren't true. You can still engage with ideas even without, like, and the thing I wanted to emphasize here is it's not like the thing you just said earlier, or no, the Mahdi said, is like the historical analysis. It's important to emphasize here that you can do the exact same thing when reading these corrupted religious texts. Like corrupted means influenced by the situation, right? To control women, I mean it's more for precaution. Yeah, not us to control us. We have a choice. Sure, sure, but like it should be your choice and not on somebody else's choice. Like I don't think that a father should be have the right to decide, or his child, yes, but like a grown woman can decide to wear whatever she wants, regardless of what her brothers or fathers or whatever feel about it. Exactly. Like we can read it well, but I think that, but I feel like it's there is it should be like the fact that it is corrupted is not should not discourage you so much that like like you also read other books, presumably, right? And they're not even trying to be connected to God, even though they're like everything is technically great. Like we will read, yeah. So I feel like it's this. There's a, and I think part of the reason which kind of triggered me so much was because after I read the sort of Iblis will not kneel, I went straight to the Book of Job and was like, oh, it makes sense. It connects together, and like the Book of Job was the reason that was such a big deal for me that it connected together is the Book of Job was one of the most offensive things to read in the Bible. It's like, why would God do that to poor Job? Like, what a cruel asshole! Like, how dare he? Like, that God described in that book, honestly, I hate that God. And then you read and it's like, oh no, Iblis, and it's like, oh no, the point is to prove to, the point of Iblis is to prove to God that we don't deserve his love. Well, then this story makes perfect sense. Probably not true, obviously, corrupted as you say, but it means that the story is meant to represent this idea that is more plainly said in the Quran, but is just, well, evil exists to tempt, to sort of test people's faith. And like, it sort of becomes so much easier to understand everything when it's sort of connected together like that. But yeah. Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't be surprised if more Muslims read the Bible than Christians read the Quran, but I feel like it should be 100%. I feel like like I feel like I'm surprised that there are Muslims who at all don't want to read it. I feel like that's to me is already like mind blowing. It's like, but oh, actually, I'll tell you. I was almost didn't write this comment because I was worried that you guys were stalking me, but I think it was like a month or two after I stopped making videos. I scroll through YouTube and there's this clip of this movie Noah. And under this clip, there's this obviously a Muslim saying like, "Oh, look at these idiots! They think this is really happening. Ha ha ha! They're so stupid." And I replied to them, "If the people of the book are of the book, and the Quran is not poetry, what then is the book?" And it feels like that's so. It feels so obvious to me. It feels so obvious that the poetry is part of the whole story, and like, yeah, I think that it should be read as a trilogy. I think that's a much better way, and I kind of like that. But obviously I still think it's best interpreted as philosophy. I think all of the things I've said are true, even if they're metaphorical, or like the conclusions are true, even if the principles and ideas are, even if God didn't literally speak to anyone, that doesn't actually undermine any of like the things we've been talking about, like the dangers of sexual assault. Those are real. Like the dangers of getting drunk and getting hungover. Those are real. Like these things exist regardless of whether or not why they exist or what the explanation for how they exist. But yeah, no, I feel. But that also was one of the things I was curious about. Maybe we could do that where if I was going to read the Quran again, I would want to add something to it, not just because like, if I'm done with me being sort of just angry. Sorry. If I'm done with me just being angry, I want to do something more vivid than just sort of reading it and getting bored, because religious texts always bore me. And one of the ways to do that is sort of connect things with whatever I can remember from the Bible. So whenever something like triggers something, I go, there's what we're talking. Like I remember one of the things that I kind of reacted to was it feels like it didn't explain the story of Noah very well. It didn't explain the story. Like it felt like it had very short versions of all the stories, almost like it assumed you already knew the stories. Obviously, this is a dangerous thing to say, but it almost felt like it was the Quran was written for me. Like it was like, oh, it was written because I have all of this knowledge, then therefore I can understand it. But like maybe that's the point. Also, that reminds me of something else I wanted to get off my chest. I'm summarizing probably 100 pages of writing here. But yeah. But I could go, there is one other thing. I want to go back to this whole culture thing, actually. Because I think that's where we're getting a little bit of a problem. I want to help you be less, or help you against the Islamophobes now. Because I cured myself, I can give you some hands. Give you some ideas, sorry. Um, is the fear uh, like the fear is like the fear for me was okay, if I say all of these things publicly, then I'm going to get killed, and I'm still alive, so clearly I had nothing to be afraid of. And also, the only people who like I all I got were angry glances, and somebody threw a drink at me. And honestly, I'm not even sure that they did it because of the YouTube videos. They were just because they drove in the loop, and they just sort of slowly like I memorized their license plate, and the whole walk home I was like, should I say something to someone? Should I call the police? That seems a bit excessive. They missed. But anyway, like if it had been like fizzling, like it was an acid or something, but I think they just got it in a drink from the McDonald's and then threw it out the window. But yeah, I feel like I don't know. Oh, interesting. Wait a second. Is live chat so live chat and top chat are different? So and top chat actually removes. In fact, I think more Muslims read the Bible than Christians reading the Quran. Why does it do that? Why does YouTube censor? In fact, I think more Muslims read the Bible than Christians. Like that's such a meh statement. Okay, whatever, whatever, whatever. But I don't know. If you guys have any requests, anything you want to do, anything you want to talk about, feel free. But I feel like I'm yeah. No, I feel like the I don't know. I feel like the cult culture thing is important, but you use the word real, whereas we would say the afterlife is real because our belief, so we see it as part of this life, not just a fairy tale. The Quran emphasizes a lot better than this dunya. Use the word real, whereas we would say the afterlife. Well, okay, so when I'm using the word real here, I would argue it's about the things we have direct experience of and things we can have yeah, dunya, okay. But like, I feel like that's what I mean by real, like tangible, physical. Like to me, or like to typical Christian doctrine, the idea is that uh, the immaterial part of you continues to exist. So the physical part of you is destroyed, and then the immaterial part of you, your soul, goes to join the other immaterial being, God. Um, but like this sort of yeah, it is important. Like obviously you have a word for it, but like let's not be afraid of the word real, okay? Let's not be afraid of me using positive and negatively charged words. Let's not be afraid of, oh, but it is real technically. Like, we're trying to communicate ideas that are really big and complicated. If you try and just say the literal true thing, that doesn't actually make it easier to understand necessarily. It might do, but mostly it just means you have a list of true things which you can access later. Basically, that's the problem with telling people a list of true things, is you only realize they were true after it's too late. Like you need that's why we use stories. That's why we master this art of poetry and using poetry to communicate here in the West. Another thing, there are extremists everywhere. A Christian might fight you for not agreeing, Muslim might, a Jew might. Well, rarely an atheist, but as on them, not all. Or atheists do other things which are more annoying, less damaging. But yeah, my biggest problem with Islam. I think that my biggest problem. I think I'll stick to the same answer I gave last time I was online, which was that my biggest problem with Islam is Muslims, and I think the reason why I say that is because now that I've read most of the Quran, like obviously I should finish it. Maybe at the end it goes really wacky, but like it feels like I've read some of the more wacky things and I kind of sort of have made sense of them. But the idea that Muslims have, which seems to be that you need like you need to be part of our clique, like you need to be so similar to us. That I think is more toxic than the extremism Mahdi mentions. Is like the idea is yeah, I feel like that is unproductive. As more important, also part of the reason why we follow the Quran. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure. But I feel like the Quran tells you a lot of things which will punish you in this life. You don't really need to go all the way to the like, and that's actually, that reminds me. So I've heard people describe. Think it was a Muslim scholar. We can check. Or no, we can check. I deleted those because I got a new hard drive. We can't check. But I remember there was a Muslim scholar who said this life is the test. I reject that. I think that is like the day of judgment is the test. That's the day of judgment, right? That's the one you get tested. When you show up to the PhD dissertation. This is the lesson. This is where we get like this is the textbook, and then we go through life using the textbook and we analyze life, and then at the end we get a day of judgment. So, and that's also the whole repentance is always available, the whole you can always change, like you can always convert, and so on. It feels like that all weaves together in a sort of elegant tapestry here, in that most of the things, like obviously there are times when there are consequences of your actions which get other people have to suffer. Those I think you will have to be punished in the afterlife, and that's just because a very fundamental part of religion is the belief in justice. The belief that there is an inherent justice in the universe, and that justice is actually, and that's kind of why I like it as the idea of the Sharia as ideas of demonstrations, as proofs, rather than as instructions, because it's like, oh, see, we have these arguments, but yeah. Day of judgment is the result of the test. You just don't go do when you receive your result. That doesn't make it. You do actually when that's what I'm saying. PhD dissertation. That's why I used the example of PhD dissertation, because I thought maybe you might struggle with this. Like the day the day of judgment is the day you present. Like you're allowed to think before the day of like you're allowed to have go through and make errors and make mistakes and even on the day of judgment, when you're doing a test, like what you do is you make a mistake and you're like, I crossed it out, that I have to fix it. Like you do that constantly. So this idea that no, that's the like the whole life is the test. Like you end up approaching this issue with a very aggressively strict version of reality, when you should be much more sort of open to learning what the universe has to tell you, like what God has to tell you through his creation. It feels so restrictive, unnecessarily so. But yeah. But you definitely do get, go and do, when you receive the result. I see this day of judgment as receiving this result because I'm believing that. I feel like that statement, Abdullah, is conflicting with what I remember from the Quran. Admittedly, it's been a while. I haven't read it consistently. But the way I read that, or read something like that, was this sort of, you will not, when the day of judgment comes, you will not be allowed to call upon anyone. Remember? Like, you remember on the day of judgment, you will not be allowed, that to me, like maybe implicitly, maybe not explicitly, but implicitly says on the day of judgment, you will have everything listed out against you, and you will answer for all of your crimes. You will literally answer for all of your crimes. Like, to me, it feels trivial, but I don't know if it's just a language trick because we use these metaphors to describe the situation. But life isn't just a test; it's a series of classes, lessons, tests. If one better fails, God will judge him. Exactly. That to me feels like a much more reasonable thing. But most people seem to go with the whole, no, this is a test, and if you don't follow everything strictly, everything will go bad. And if you know that this is bad, and then you still, no, I think that if you're a Muslim and you get drunk, then the morning after you go, God was right. This was a bad idea. Right? It makes so much sense to me. The result of your actions are presented in front of you, seeing God's judgment with your own eyes. We don't have this in this life. But why do you think we have the test in this life? You seem to be very insistent that that's the proof that we, like, what do you mean you have, what is your evidence? Like, what is your argument here, even? When you had this option, you know what I mean. Yeah, I know, but that's the trial. That's what I'm trying to like get at. It's what was described to me in the Quran was a trial. It was you were crawling across the bridge of fire, right? That to me is like the idea that you crawl across a bridge of fire to and the more you've sinned, the harder it is to crawl across. That to me tells me that actually that is the day of that is the whole like maybe it's 1,000 years of judgment, but it's like this sort of this is the judgment where you have to face everything you've done wrong, every sin you've done, like more so, and yeah, every evil you've done. But yeah. Okay, yep. The thing is, you will answer for your crimes, but your free will be limited. So you have to say exactly what you did in full honesty without lying. I mean, I, I would point out that if you're lying in front of God, that's not exactly productive. It's like, oh, it's like trying God is better than a polygraph, to put it like this. One scholar mentioned this life is more of a conversation between you and God. I like that. Let you go through something and you decide, okay, now how do I react? Yes, I would like to know who that scholar is. So maybe because that's probably one of the limitations here. I still have a very critical view of Muslims, based very much on non-Muslims telling me what Muslims believe. So, so the free will on Judgment Day. I mean, I understand what you mean. I'm just saying I don't think you need to say that we lose our free will on Judgment Day. I think you can absolutely lie on Judgment Day, and God will judge you doubly for it. Like, if you try and lie to Him, then clearly you think lying to Him is okay, and then you're gonna you're gonna get what's coming to you. What is your issue of this life being a test? I don't quite understand the argument you're making. I think that if you view this life as a lesson, I think that when you view this life as a test, you are undermining your ability to learn things. Like, in order to learn things in life, the way I've always learned, the way I've, like, my ideal strategy for learning as quickly as possible, like when I play chess, for example, is you have these gambits, and I know these gambits are bad to accept. I've been told this, and I know what the correct move is, but I still play into them. I still accept the pawn, the poisoned pawn, the free pawn, because I want to see, I want to learn, I want to make mistakes in order to learn. That's how you learn, by falling, by tumbling over, like falling and getting back up again, falling and getting like that's how you learn how hard the ground is. Being a test is just like a sure, but like I understand the like it's great some great analogies. I remember saying this when I read it. The bridge over fire, perfect analogy, love it. Um, because it also emphasizes this whole idea of anyone can get repentance, but it might be a very long time. And an unimaginably long time for some of us. But the idea the idea of it being a test goes very well with this sort of over strictness I was talking about earlier. Is that it's Sharia or these laws, these ideas, you should learn what they mean like more broadly. Like to go back to the whole thing I said about the Muslim lantern saying, as soon as I said, why should we not eat pork? Isn't that crazy that God like is going to whip us for eating pork? Like who cares? And it's like it's unhealthy. I was like, genius. So learn from this then. Well, if you have this in your mind and you have this ability to learn, you can eat bacon and you feel bad and you realize how you feel bad, and then you eat a deep fried chicken burger wrapped in waffles, and it's like, oh, this also makes me feel bad in the same way that bacon makes me feel bad. Ipso ergo facto, you learn something more. You learn how to take care of yourself more. You learn how to respect the sort of the gift God has given you more. Believe this life is a test means you're undermining your ability to learn things. We're all sinners and no one is forgiven. Only through this merry we will all fall. That's the point of this. Only through through his mercy, sorry. We will all fall. That's the whole point. No one is forgiven. Okay. So I kind of get the idea you're getting at here, and I've been thinking about this myself. And the thing I want to the thing I feel like is is sort of clever about this is that once, and it goes back to Abraham, and it goes back to Abraham and Isaac, and it goes back to this idea that which all, or not all, but very many pre pre monotheistic religions had, which was you have to pay for good things. You have to pay in suffering. There, each good thing has to be measured, like paid for in an equal number of suffering. So the sacrifice of Isaac to me then, like, and the stopping of the sacrifice of Isaac becomes this amazing symbol of actually you shouldn't pay for suffering. God will vouch for you as long as you, like, blah 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 blah, as long as you don't do evil. Like the point of is lessening suffering will in fact bring you more of God's love, even though you haven't, the scales aren't fair, even though you haven't paid for anything, even though you've gotten it all for free. God pays the bill for you. And to make it even better, he says so in the New Testament. He says so metaphorically. I understand you think it's corrupted, but let's read it as poetry. God said in the poetry, I will suffer for you. I will die for your sins. I will go on the cross and be tortured to death for your sins. I will take this punishment you deserve, this suffering you need to pay to weigh up for all the good I have given you, and I will take it on you. That's just how great I am, right? But look, we make mistakes and learn. That's why there's repentance, and Allah says, punish for things you do unintentionally, forgive you. So there's that aspect too. Yeah, but then, like, if you are told don't do something, but you're not told why, then that is insufficient to me. Then you don't understand anything. Like, then it's just a slavery appeal, right? Then it's just a tyrant thing again. We're going back to the tyrannical evil God. Like, if it's all about, like, you have to be able to understand why the mistakes are bad, like why they are bad, but you can't just have it like intentional or unintentional. Being willing to do something which you think might hurt because you touching the fire because you want to know how hot it is. You don't need to be told why. You have already accepted God is all-knowing, then he knows what best. You don't need to be told why. Okay, no, actually, fuck you. What a worthless human being you are. You don't need to be told why. You're not even a human being. You're a bird. Like, what the fuck is the point of that? If you're just going to, oh well, God knows best. Like, just be an animal. Just be. Like, what's the point? Like, you being told why and understanding why is the whole point of being human. We're the thinking apes, the self-aware ones, the ones who ate the fruit of the tree of good and evil. We are the ones who have knowledge of good and evil. That's a whole distinction between us and the entirety of the rest of the universe. I think, yeah, I see what you mean. Like alcohol, Allah says benefits and harm. I'm also curious about that because obviously, I really like vinegar. Vinegar is very important to me, so I'm glad we can agree that alcohol is sometimes useful because it makes vinegar. But I do not enjoy getting drunk. I do enjoy wine though; it tastes very nice, well-made wine. That's the reason. We know logically. No, we don't know logically. We know by evidence. It's not logical. It's not rationalist. It's empiricist. That's the point. That's like today we know the evidence exactly. It's empirical, not rationalist. You need to be told why. In fact, there are scholars trying to. There's plenty of room for reasoning. Exactly. See, I'm glad. 2 out of 3 Muslims agree with me. It's like a bad dental advert. Yeah. I think that I don't see the point in being a human being and not trying to understand why. Then you understand what he says is beneficial. No, you don't. You understand what. knowing that something is beneficial is not the same as understanding. Recital and like memorization is not the same as understanding. Understanding requires much more than simply I remembered the fact. Like understanding what 2 plus 2 equals 4 is different from memorizing the whole times table, or make it easier, like understanding that, or more harder, I guess, understanding Euler's identity, that e to the power of pi I can write, I'll show. Euler's identity, so you can actually see what it looks like. They're going to show it graphically, but there we go. This one, like this, understanding this statement, e to the power of I pi plus 1 equals 0, like you can memorize this. Everyone can memorize this. But like to this, like the only people I've met who actually understand this are mathematicians. Another thing I want your opinion on is I often see I'll be biased and view Islam differently than other religions. Yeah, 100%. And I think that's what I think I kind of cured myself of, is like, oh, it's just another religion. That happened quite quickly, actually. To be honest, that happened because of you guys. That happened like immediately. I was like, oh, you're just trying to justify yourself, just like all the Christians I've talked to, just like all the Jews I've talked to, just like all the Hindus. I haven't talked to any Hindus and Buddhists, but like it felt like I got all the same arguments on repeat. I was like, oh, okay, you're just religious people who are like trying your best, and you have this sort of very strong opinions on what the truth is, and you're kind of willing to force other people to follow that because you're so overwhelmingly convinced that this is what the truth is. That I heard Pendula made an excellent metaphor about this, which was if you know if you know there's a train coming, you like, and somebody's standing on the train tracks, you tackle them, you pull them away, right? Even if they don't want to, even if they think that there is no train coming. So I understand that from a sort of emotional point of view and empathetic point of view, but it's problematic. I think it's damaging to our societies. I agree, logic, evidence is the correct word. But I think if God were to tell us exact reasons, humans would still want to know for themselves and see how it is harmful to test. Yeah. I 100%. I'm not sure. I think you're like retelling the things or we're agreeing 100%. We're just using different words maybe to say it. Because I like that's what it feels like as a good way of interpreting it, is not as a list of instructions, not as a list of bad things, not as a list of things you shouldn't do, but as a list of examples. Case studies is what we call them. Like if you read psychology and stuff, is like this is the ideal example of this kind of behavior and this kind of thinking. Oh, my shoulders. Oh, sorry, I've started exercising. Also, I shouldn't tell you this, but unfortunately, my life has gotten a lot better, or fortunately is the correct word. My life has gotten a lot better in the last year. I've started feeling a lot better, gotten over a lot of my psychological issues, and unfortunately, because I bet you're going to read into it, you silly gooses. Don't read into it. It's definitely not because I read about anything. But yeah. But okay. So no one is forcing anything upon you, Obs. Or Nussel. Let's call you Nussel. It's easier. Um, do you think that Sharia law should be implemented in as law, as so that we should punish people? Humans should judge and punish one another for sins. Because that feels to me very un-Islamic, honestly. Feels to me like I already criticized this the last time I read the Quran, and I said, why are you taking humans as partners before God? Why are you taking yourself as a partner before God, telling other people that you know best what God means? And you are able to judge when He is the master of the day of judgment, the giver of, like it says so, like the first one. It's the first one. It's the name, the most compassionate, most merciful, Lord of all worlds, most compassionate, most merciful, master of the day of judgment. Like that's His job. You alone we ask for help. Guide us to the straight path. Also, that one, I think people are really overemphasizing the metaphor. Because, like, I was telling people, I remember in the comment section, like, oh, there's always, I said, like, obviously there's going to be a different straight path. And, like, think about it. And he was like, no, no, that's so stupid. Like, think about it like God is here. God is in the middle. And you guys are here. That's a bit closer. And I'm here. Right? If I go this, if you're going this way and I go the same way, then I'm going away from God and you're going towards God. Same straight path, same, and also, like, as we know, straight path is the shortest distance between 2 points. But yeah, that was a digression. The Quran mentions one states about the major sins. Allah will forgive smaller sins and enter into paradise. As the major sins, one doesn't have to explain. We can cut to that. Yeah, yeah. I think that I feel like the lesser sins are more to sort of teach you that or prove, really. It's more to me. It's less of a message to Muslims than it is a message to atheists. A message to those critical of God is this idea that actually you can see in the universe, God made a universe where there are punishments, where there are consequences for bad actions, for doing stupid things, mainly to yourself. Like, there are consequences. So why shouldn't we believe there will also be consequences when you do bad things to other people? And not sure if I buy the argument, but that's one of the best arguments I've heard for God. Honestly, like, genuinely, I hate theological arguments. I think they're all semantics. I did a long stream about that. But that one, an evidence-based argument that appeals to a sort of inherent idea that, well, if there's justice for you individually for the bad actions you do to yourself, then why not extrapolate? That makes sense to me. That's a good empirical way of going about life. Remember, for most harsh punishment in Sharia, it is almost impossible for the lawful because of process of harm. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that there is that the role of justice in society should not be to actually create justice. That's God's job. God guarantees it. Even God is like the most just, the most merciful. Blah 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 blah. God has all of that. What our job is to prevent harm. And obviously, this is a very Norwegian point of view because, like, our longest prison sentence is 21 years. The point of our prisons is to rehabilitate people. If you go to jail here, you will be taught how not to do that again. You are only going to jail so that we can take you away from other people, so that you don't do more harm. That's the point of doing it. The point of doing it is not to punish you because you deserve to be punished. Don't worry about that. God will take care of it. Okay? Our job is to prevent harm. That's what we can do. That's what we can do in this life. We cannot suddenly elevate ourselves to the role of God and like start it's Vestlevoksen. I don't know if there's a word for that in English, but in it's like little grown up is what we call it in Norwegian. Vestlevoksen. It means it's these, like, it's usually women, so sorry if I'm a little bit sexist here, but like usually you have these women saying or these young girls going, like, pretending to be adults, and that's kind of what it feels like here. We're sort of imitating God to make ourselves sort of like feel more grown up than we really are. We should be viewing ourselves a little bit more chilled, like a little bit more stupid, a little bit more like how I view myself, which I think is hard for people to actually think that I actually believe, but that, like, how I view myself does square with all of the things I'm saying. Like, I'm constantly critical of myself. I'm constantly trying to disprove myself, constantly trying to make mistakes. I'm like, these things are childish behaviors, but yeah, like, even this whole belief that you're always wrong is, I remember when class, when somebody says, does anybody know the answer? And even if you knew the answer, you were too afraid to raise your hand. And I think it's because you're, like, as a child, you are instinctively don't trust yourself. And I think there's a loss to give up this simply because it's more comfortable to say, well, okay, God has told me. Now I know. Now that I've read this book, I suddenly know the truth. No, God knows the truth. By the very act of reading it and transferring the knowledge into your brain, you are corrupting it. Like, you say that the word has not been corrupted, fine, don't mind that. But by the very act of trying to put it into your brain involves your brain. And as we know about humans, not great at brains, or at least not as good as God. So I don't know. I don't know how. Actually, that's a good question. Given all I've said so far, do you want me to call myself a Muslim? I can be a bad Muslim if you want, but obviously I just did the tobacco. I do loads of stupid stuff, and I intend to continue. But if you wanted me to be a bad Muslim, I don't mind calling myself the Islamophobe who became a bad Muslim. But I also think that it doesn't necessarily matter what I call myself. And also, like I wrote this somewhere, but it's in the pile of papers. But essentially, it's like my relationship to God goes way before any of you ever spoke to me, and for you to tell me how I should have a relationship with God is farcical. It's just offensive. But yeah. But actually, I want to go back a little bit because I was thinking about this question from Nussel earlier about what my problem with Islam is. And this culture problem, I think, is it. It's, you have, my culture comes from Socrates, from Spinoza, from Voltaire, from Swift. Like Jonathan Swift wrote this great essay called A Modest Proposal, where he says the solution to famine, like there was a big famine in Britain, mainly, or mainly imposed upon the Irish, and like the solution was, or like he said sarcastically, well, why don't we just do state-sponsored capitalism? If poor people can sell their children to be eaten, oh, then we solve both poverty and a famine, right? And it's like this sort of extremeness, this snarky sort of willingness to say evil things in order to get people to think is, I think, integral to my culture. So when people come, like Muslims, much more so than anyone else, says things like, you can't draw the prophet. Like, of course I can. I'm not a Muslim. Of course I can draw the prophet. Like, you don't get to tell other people who don't follow your religion what they can and cannot do. But yeah, more guidance for those who do not believe. I see what you mean. But do you believe God exists? Lol, evilness. Choosing not to believe. Like, I think that it sort of, there's sort of logical problems with the ideas here, because on one hand we have this sort of inherent, you can't choose not to believe, inherently you all believe, it's more about denying. But for me, it's basically, if I don't want, I don't really want to call myself Muslim, because I don't think it's more useful for anything, really. I don't think you need to know what's going on. I don't think other people need. In fact, as a Norwegian person, if somebody boasts about how religious they are, I'm suspicious. Like, that's my reaction. My reaction is, you tell me, like, if somebody says, oh, I'm this religion, it's like, oh yeah, you're probably only saying that as a shield for criticism, right? If I do believe in God, I don't think you should be allowed to know. I don't think that belongs, that knowledge and that relationship belongs to you. I think that only belongs to me and God. Look, but Islam is separate from culture. Culture is something we should embrace as long as this Quran verse is sure. I haven't read that far, so let's go for it. We'll see what it says. But the thing I mean by culture here is like the hijab, right? Like, do you enforce the idea that women should be wearing a hijab? Do you enforce the idea that pork shouldn't be allowed to be sold? Or like, do you, like, what is, people should be allowed to make mistakes in my mind, and that requires like openness to culture, multiculturalism, and multiculturalism requires not having Sharia. And I understand, oh, it's not true. Non-Muslims get to not follow Sharia. I get that, but like now I'm like on this massive gray zone. What do I get to do? I think I should get drunk. Not that I'm going to, but I feel like I have that right. I feel like I'm allowed to face plant a few more times. Um, oh, humanity. Indeed, we created you from a male and a female and made you into peoples and tribes so that you may get to know one another. Surely the most noble of you is in the sight of Allah. Surely the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous among you. God, sorry, I hate reading it as Allah because I feel like naming it, preserving the name, like really undermines the divine message. I really like, it sounds like you're referring to a specific pagan god and not the God. Like when we say God, We just mean the God. If we're talking about pagan gods, we use their name. So when I have like it's many of these little nuances here are making it really hard for people of my culture to accept or tolerate even Islam, just because it's sort of can you please not do that. God is truly all-knowing, all-aware. So what are we trying to? Oh, I see. Except on account of the righteousness. One of the few times I'm happy about the hadiths. That's rare. I do want to emphasize again, my position on the hadiths is the same. Hadith, like worshipping the hadith, like taking the hadiths as the word, like as sacred, is just worshipping a person, right? Like if God wanted that to be part of, like a part of God's word, he would have made it a part of God's word. Like he could have added it to the Quran. Like it didn't need to have it separate. Okay, fair enough. Honest with stages, like one who believes there is a higher power, they will understand more sections of the Quran, whereas you would cut off. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that's the kind of point is you don't have to believe anything preemptively. That like if that were the case, then oh, you were the one who argued on that. Wow, you found the best example. Well done. You won that debate. I shouldn't say that. You'll clip me. No. So I think that the integral insight here is that you don't need to have like if something is true, you shouldn't need any preemptive beliefs. Like if this is meant to be, like I feel like if you're reading it, you should maybe there's many ways of reading it, and you read it many times as you go along, and that's also a very good and necessary thing. If we're like saying it's always going to be true, it's always going to have more meaning. That's an infinitely depth, an infinite depth to the story or the messaging, but like I don't need to believe in a round world to understand the proof, right? Or what to understand why there. I do need like obviously there are the people who believe in the flat Earth cling to their belief very very strongly, but like you should be able at things that are real or like things that are made like saying God made the universe, God wrote things. Well then you don't need to have any preconceptions. You should be able to experience it and learn the truth about it yourself. Obviously there might be sort of deep insights about philosophy and theology and the nature, metaphysics is the word I was looking for, but I don't know. I mentioned like there's many ways to understand text. We need context and deeper understanding of the language itself, you see, but the context, sure, but like what I was kind of indicating here was when read in my own context without any, like I hinted this earlier, when read in my own context without any, it felt like it was talking directly to me. It felt like it was addressing some of my criticism. One of the funniest things that happened was actually one of the things that kind of made me stop reading was I kept asking myself, why is the Prophet why is Muhammad saying this? What's the point? Like, why would we connect these? And the first like 17 times it happens, I'm like, he obviously means something stupid, something evil. And eventually I got to the point where like I couldn't think of a good explanation until I realized, oh, the best explanation is he was answering me. He was answering the things I would say. The thing, if I was there, those are the questions I would ask just to be like almost just to be annoying. Like this is sort of stupid asshole questions. And so for me that seems like if you I don't know. Commandments of the Prophet, peace be upon us, regarding certain verses of this okay, the Quran. Sure, I understand that and I agree with that. But like one of the criticisms Muslims have of Christians is the worship of a man as God, right? A worship of a prophet as God. But when I hear Muslims talk about the hadiths, I'm like, that's no different from how Christians talk about Christ. Like you seem to be like the people who say these things. I mean, you want to say you, but I don't know what you believe about this. But the people who like criticize the Christians' overemphasis on Christ and the veneration, the deification of Christ, are doing this like are seem to imply that when the Christians say he was God, they must add a lot of other things to it, and it's like, well, no, they just like they treat him exactly the same way as you treat the prophet. Like what the words they like. Oh, what's in a name? Would a rose by any other name smell as sweet? Like the true thing is not the words we use about them; it's the thing itself. In this Quran ayah mentioned 62:2 and the one you read too. The prophet has a role to teach. Let's start with the one I read, and then we can go to the one so that but then I might have a reason why I didn't interpret it the same way. So one, it's going to be moved by fast now, just so you know. Yeah. 151. Oh my God, so many, so many. There we go. So we have sent you a messenger from among yourself, reciting to you our revelation, purifying you, teaching you the book and wisdom, teaching what you never knew. Remember me, I'll remember you, and thank me, and never be ungrateful. Ugh, I hate this. Never be ungrateful. Fuck you. I'll do what I damn well please. God, you asshole, you don't get to tell me and be grateful. Fuck you. But yeah, we have sent from you a messenger among yourselves. I like this didn't even click for me as what you're saying it is, because he mentions this all the time when he's talking about all the other prophets. Like, yeah, like, okay, so what? Like all of the other prophets. Like this is true for Jesus, this is true for Moses, this is true for Abraham, all of the other prophets. Like I don't understand why this is like this is exactly the phrasing we use, or he is like the Quran uses. So do not exaggerate in praising me as a Christian praises. For I am only slave, so call me a slave of Allah. Yeah, but like exaggerate in praising you, but like what does it matter? The like the reason the exaggerated praise is a problem is because of the actions you do after it. Like if you continuously praise the prophet so aggressively, then eventually you convince yourself that nothing you understand of the prophet can ever be wrong. And if you continuously do that all over again, you're gonna have a bad time. So it feels so we're getting to this problem of like why are we overemphasizing what language is? Like words are cheap. Words are just words. It's the meaning of the words. That's what matters. The reality of the thing, not the way we describe them. The way we describe them is just to communicate ideas between ourselves. And of course, if you communicate the idea to other people that you should venerate Muhammad as though he were a god, which is I think you are doing by overemphasizing the hadiths, then you are effectively praising Muhammad exactly like he said you shouldn't do. Because do not praise me as the Christians praise the Son. Like, well, you're treating him exactly like you're presenting him exactly as empowered as the Christians treat Christ. Even ungrateful, like God gives air, God creates. I mean, I know what you look. I know what you mean. Okay, I understand that. I'm obviously doing the same thing I just accused you of doing, of overemphasizing. Or actually, you're overemphasizing maybe of the language. Or no, I'm overemphasizing the language. Obviously grateful in the sense that almost all of the times I read grateful, it was in the context of you're alive in this world where there are good things happening to you, and like if we go back to this whole idea of what if, like, if it's brain lagged. I should be grateful. Like, if we go back to this idea of an inherent sort of belief in humans seems to be that we need to pay for goodness with suffering, that we need to suffer to earn goodness, then in that sense, we should be grateful because God tells us not to suffer for our goodness, right? We should be grateful because we are given the thing that we feel like we have to pay for. Grateful in the same way that when somebody pays your tab, you should be grateful. But of course, if somebody pays your tab and they tells you now be grateful, what do? I make fun of them. Like that's I don't I feel like you it's such a strict, like it's so sort of dark and harsh and unhappy. It feels like the reality you're sort of trying to sell to me is one where I only get to have, like, I only get to be happy like if I'm very serious about it. And no, I want to enjoy this. I want to enjoy my interactions. I go, I have to take this seriously. How can you not take this reading? Like, no, make fun of it. Have fun with it. Treat them. Actually, I have a great reason for feeling like this. You, like, my great paternal figures, my dad and my granddad. My granddad, who unfortunately died from a stroke when I was like 10ish or something. Um, he was I used to sit on his lap and watch Tom and Jerry cartoons. Like, and my dad consistently makes fun of, or less now that I've revealed a lot of mental disabilities, but like he consistently makes like jokes at my, like, it's a sort of back and forth, relaxed, having fun thing rather than this sort of ultra aggressive, harsh, or you have to do everything so seriously. Like he says, well, what one of my favorite things he ever told me was when I was like over trying to teach my youngest brother, like, oh, do this, and I like over fixed everything, and he's like, can't you just let him find out on his own? But we're not praising Muhammad like God. We say he is the Abdu Allah, meaning servant. Sometimes, yeah, but what I'm saying is that you're just saying it. You're not acting it. Like, it doesn't matter what you say if you're not showing it. Like, the thing you can communicate with more than words. It's like me saying, okay, that's fine. Then you just do what you do. That, yeah, that's fine. I'm completely okay with that. Yep, absolutely. Like, you understand that I'm not communicate, like, the words don't mean the thing I mean. I'm communicating another idea to you, even though my words are saying one thing. And that to me feels like the same problem when Muslims criticize how Christians treat Christ is, well, what's the difference? Like, only the words? Is that the only difference? Do you have anything? Do you treat him differently? Are you more critical of him? Are you more like, what is the difference? Because words are cheap, and a rose by any other name would in fact smell as sweet. Because the rose is a thing in itself, not the word rose. But I am empty, so I'm going to refresh my water. I'm really sweaty. Give me a second. From a wet t-shirt to a dry t-shirt. Hello, Nat Forever. So let's see. Don't worship him in action. We don't prostrate or call on him. Yeah. I mean, most of the prayers don't call upon Jesus, right? Do we prostrate? Like, with the closest I can think of is the communion, but it's like that's. I mean, obviously, I'm not Catholic, so I don't have. I probably shouldn't comment on it because I think it's ridiculous. But pray tell Allah. Yeah, I think that it helped that I always read, like I always translated it when I was reading it. God is God. Like I always in my brain is, don't call him Allah. That's only gonna fuck with your brain. Call him God. Okay, we're talking about God. We're not talking about the named deity of the Arabs. We're not talking about the one true God, the whole God, the monotheistic God. So the stages are different in knowing that God. There is good for Muslims. Creator of this complex universe. I'm not sure I agree with that, but there's Quran ayah. There's this Quran ayah which you might not like. What does that mean? There is this Quran ayah which you might not like. Like, I don't like the Quran. I mean, it's fine. It's better than the Bible. It's much more readable. Much less fun. Like, much more sort of serious and sort of lectury. I have a natural knee-jerk reaction, but like I have a natural knee-jerk reaction to school, and that's why I'm good at school, because you tell me these things, and my natural knee-jerk reaction is like, let's try and disprove it, and it like sticks into my brain like tacks. But I like you say you pray to God. My favorite prayer is, grant, O Lord, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the strength to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. No reference to Jesus. There's this is maybe a weird one, but I think about it when I think about like halal meat and blessing it, and the sort of, obviously there's a butchery practice associated with it as well, but the idea of blessing your food, like we do that before our meals. Og du som metter liten fugl velsigner mat og vel. Amen. And in that one, literally translated means, you who feeds the little birds, bless our bread and food. Amen. Like, we're not even talking about like we're talking about the creator. Like, we're using even metaphors to, like, we're not even saying God. We're saying like the being that makes it so that all like the birds have food. That being, please bless our food. So it's like, it feels like maybe I'm misremembering. It's been a while since I was Christian, so it feels like very few most of the times they treat Jesus just like person who said smart things about God. And especially now in the sort of modern Christians, like these, obviously, much like I have more examples of sort of fundamentalist Muslims when I think about Muslims, you probably have more examples of sort of fundamentalist Christians when you think about Christians. Like, obviously there are those lunatic radical, but I'm like from a Protestant country, like the whole idea of Protestantism was like translating the holy text from Latin to, which it wasn't the original even, to like to the language we could speak and understand, so that we all could engage with it, so we could all like, yeah, I don't know. Suratur, Oh, okay, so now I have to read it. Okay, I have to read the names. Or I scrolled past it. Oh, there we go. Ah, it's the 50 seconds. You said it even. Why am I so stupid? 26 onwards. They will say, before this reward, we used to be in awe of God in the midst of our people. What? Oh, we need to, like, you can't start there. Buddy, you can't. I have to read the rest now. You can't start. And after this thing that's happening, like, what thing? Tell me about the thing. Oh, very good. We pray 5 times. We can make our own prayers, and there's ones that are obligatory. There's prostration, bowing. So I'm referring to obligatory. Why obligatory prayers, by the way? How do you justify that in context of everything we've sort of been talking about? Like, isn't that just the sort of excessive gratitude nonsense that I'm railing against? Ah, I saw right through your trick. I knew that's what you were trying me to do. That's why I tried to change the topic, distract you. Um, I mean, yeah, maybe sure. Let's do the sort of jumping around reading, but if we're gonna do that, I'm going to have to read it all by myself as well, just to sort of have a vague idea of how it all fits together. Yeah, but I understand. Well, you say that, peace be upon him. Like you say that literally every time. Like when you like, there is a bit of worship. Like I mean, it seems so sort of symbolic. This difference, so sort of semantic. This difference, but like maybe I'm like when. Like okay, let me actually look it up, and I'll look it up so you can see how wrong I'm. When do Christians pray to Jesus? I've always prayed to God. Obviously, it's a. Ah, there we go. Paul's petition. Wait. Well, the norm is to pray to the Father through the Son and the Holy Spirit. Acceptable. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, answers in Genesis. Oh, I don't want to read that. I don't even want to click that link. Ugh. Ugh. Also, are we okay with creationism being stupid? Like not like creation being stupid, but like we evolved as well. Okay, the Garden of Eden, that was when we were part of the tree of life, and then we ate the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good, the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and then we sort of diverged from the garden, the tree of life. This praise isn't worship. There's a chrono says, "Oh, okay." So the prayer isn't worship. What are the prayers for then? Tell like 33. Where was it? We'll get back to that. I'll close that too. Get back to that. 30. I've read this. I know. I've checked my book. I'm pretty sure I have, isn't it? 36. Yeah, I did. One of the more recent ones. One of the ones that made me stop. 56. 56. Showers his blessings upon the prophet. The angels pray for him. O believers, invoke God's blessing upon him and saluting him with worthy greetings of peace. Salam alaikum. So this is with the Arab meaning or word. So from a linguistic perspective, I think you're replying to me, but my brain isn't that good that it can remember what you're replying to. Unfortunately. Surely those who offend them. See, now, actually, this is funnier for me, because what is the most humiliating punishment for the person who offends? Because this is so funny to me right now, because all of the things I feel like I have these weird insights into what he must have meant here that are only based on the fact that I don't believe it, or like I was like, okay, those who offend, like that's the thing perfect, that's the thing I like to do, and are condemned by this world and hereafter, and he has preferred from them humility, and it's like, what would be most humiliating for me, who love to offend Allah and His Messenger? I know. Can you guess? Swallowing my words would be the most humiliating thing. Accepting that I was wrong, that would be the most humiliating. Admitting, oh, oh, even thinking about it, it hurts. It hurts my soul. And it feels like it's the same with alcohol. Like, it feels like all of the things I can understand from it come from the fact that I haven't followed it. But okay, yes, 52. Okay, thank you. Now you can, and I'll get the context at a later date. And I'll do, as you said, 35. Okay. So are they their own creators? Like, this is a trick, okay? What? Or I say it's a trick. Obviously, I'm being more charitable. No, I'm not being more charitable. Like, I think that being uncharitable is a helpful way of doing this. I've emphasized this enough. I'm not going to chat about it more. But no, we will go on. I just want to point out something here. They, it, like the idea being that something comes from nothing, that being God. Okay, well, if something comes from nothing, well, why isn't the universe itself the creation, the creator, and the creation? Like the same thing. Like why can God be self-sufficient, but nothing else can be self-sufficient? And nothing else, even things beyond our conception, like the universe. The universe is much, much, much bigger than any of us conceive of. We don't know the rules of it yet. We're close, maybe, hopefully. But like this sort of, are they their own creation? Is a sort of a, it feels very much like a, well, you can't answer this, so ha 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 ha. And it's like, it's just a snarky retort. It feels like. Did they create the heavens and the earth? In fact, they have no certainty. Neither, like, having certainty. No, they do not have it. Like having these confidence. Confidence should not be the basis for how we judge ourselves. Do they possess your Lord's treasure? Do they possess treasure? Are in control of everything. Are have like these these statements annoy me because they only sort of work as bullying people who already accept all of your conclusions. Putting out there has to be creator of what is existing before us. You know what I mean? I obviously I know what you mean because the argument is familiar to me. It's the cosmological argument, the Kalam cosmological, the Aristotle's argument, like and a lot of varieties of the Aristotle argument. But to me, it's sort of like if we suppose that there has to be a creator of things, then there has to be a creator of the creator, then there has to be a creator of the creator, and there has to be a creator. If this is a true law that is always true, then it has to be applied to everyone, or to God itself. Now, I'm saying this, and I do have a kind of solution to this. I'm not actually, fuck it. No, we're being fun. We're having fun here. Why not be open about my sort of thinking here? So what if, so one of the things I was thinking, I'm sort of trying to put myself in the mind of God. I know you guys don't like to do that. It sounds heretical to you. But that's exactly the kind of thing I would do. So trying to sort of put myself in the mind of God. And like, what is God's purpose? Because if our purpose is to exist, to serve Him or whatever that means in the depth of things. Well, what is God's purpose? Well, He made His own purpose. His purpose is to be the creator, and he created, like, this was before time existed. So like, obviously this happened like out. You know, the concept of things happening is weird to describe, but the idea then that it is by this pairing that we are self-sufficient. That in this sort of way that the universe makes God necessary and God makes the universe necessary. They sort of both rely on it, and then you close the loop. Then you don't have that infinite regress problem. You don't have that sudden start problem. You just have a closed loop, self-creating, which is probably what like the prophet meant, and probably what Jesus meant, well, probably what these great theologians mean. But I feel like all of these meanings are lost these days. I feel like all of the normal people just don't have very strong opinions about what it means, and then they disagree with this sort of elegant solutions that you can find in the text, or not like literally in the text, but sort of you can extrapolate from the ideas. Yeah, but that's how we see things. God is different. God also mentions there's nothing like unto God, so there's a separation. All we know. All we know about God is in the wrong. God is different. Like I am saying, God is different, but like why? Why isn't God just the universe? Like why not pantheism then? Like, why not like God is the thing in and of itself? He is the creation. If God is can be self-sufficient, then okay, then I say God is the creation, God is self-sufficient. Well, the creation is self-sufficient. Voila. But I'll look it up as well. 42:11. Sorry. Oh. 42:11. He is the originator of the heavens and earth. He has made for you spouses from among yourselves, and made mates for cattle as well, multiplying both. There is nothing like him. He alone is. See, this also, like this goes back to this sort of feeling that most of this is more of a sort of a logical or an evident. I almost did the same thing I criticize you for doing. An evidentiary, an empirical attempt at making this like, well, there is a sort of, and also actually this goes straight to my thing. God made the spouse for himself. God, the universe is his own spouse. We say shouldn't because we won't see it the way God sees, but for me personally. Yeah, obviously, but I feel like it's obvious. I'm not really criticizing Muslims specifically. I'm criticizing all religious people. It's very much so this sort of basically as soon as I start talking about trying to do philosophy and trying to sort of reason about God, most people who are the bad kind of religious, the kind of religious who only use religion as a way to justify themselves, who are only interested in when religion, like the a la carte Christians, like we call them, the people who are religious only as an exercise in sort of self-aggrandizing. Oh, and yeah, too much begging the question. The Quran, yeah, especially the ones we've been reading here. Honestly, like a lot of these. I had earlier in the stream. You might be interested. I've had sort of these because obviously I wrote a lot about the Quran after what I read last year, and like there are some clevernesses. There are some ways of interpreting it as theology and as philosophy, and I like that. But it's sort of a lot of it is this sort of, well, if you've already accepted the conclusion, then the conclusion is true. And I was like, but then again, maybe that's the point. Maybe the point isn't actually to persuade people. It's this is theology. This is for the people who already believe. Let's tell us the nature of God. Let's try and examine. Let's study the nature of God. And also, I feel like we should do that more with nature. Your perspective, maybe, or a way you see the words bias, but say that one can argue against it. But to say that one can argue against it, if you, I'm not exactly sure. This time I don't actually know what you mean. All of the other times, that was normally when people say you know what I mean, that triggers me because it's usually a sign to force me to do their thinking for you. But this kind, most of the time, you've been using it in a nice way, but this time I have no idea. um, I understand what like the perspective that it's just my perspective on the word spouse, and that obviously this doesn't necessarily mean that I'm right. This isn't proof of my theology, but it's like it doesn't contradict my theology either. Sure, this actually the thing you said there, I think is the biggest argument for. No, 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 don't worry about it. Like I said, been doing it well. You've been using it correctly. Um, but this I feel like this idea is emphasizes why it would be valuable to read the Bible as a Muslim, right? Because you know that in order to understand God, who is ununderstandable, you're gonna have to be a little bit metaphorical, right? You're not gonna be like you use literal words for what he says, and it's like who among us can understand the literal words? None of us can. But if you tell enough stories, then eventually you start getting like a conception. Like I like talking about things we can't or don't understand as a sphere. Like if you're looking at a sphere with loads of details on it, depending on what angle you're looking at, you can see something completely different. And sort of to understand the whole thing, you have to like walk around it. And like this is like the sphere the size of the Earth. You have to walk for a long time, but if you walk enough around, if you do enough things, you should get a vague idea of how it works. Um, the universe is like God's spouse. That's one. Yeah, yeah. No, I feel like I got that, but it's like, um, but say that one can argue against it is what. But to say that one can argue against it is not. I just didn't understand that exact sentence. But to say that one can argue against it. Do you mean you can say that you can argue against it, or it's possible to argue against? It is possible to argue against it. It's just I was sort of just airing the idea that it's not entirely clear that God doesn't need a reason to exist. Um, that maybe God created His own reason to exist, but like it seems to me that that's a better solution to the problem of the infinite regress than saying, well, we just stop it at God, because then why just stop it one earlier? Why not just stop it at the universe instead of stopping it at God? But if you have this sort of dual necessity where both the universe and God rely on each other to exist, then yeah. But then again, like this happened before and outside of time, so it would have like been an instantaneous like realization that on my God's from God's perspective, like hang on, there's nothing, and then there was something, right? like there was nothing, and then there was something. Uh, basically, because basically that is almost his nature. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel like this quote, I'm going to read you this as well. I'm not sure if you'll agree that it's relevant, but I'm going to read this quote as well because I think it is very relevant to the things we've been talking about. Oh, there we go. All right, said Susan. I'm not stupid. You're saying humans need fantasies to make life bearable? Really? As if it were some kind of pink pill? No. Humans need fantasy to be human. To be the place where the falling angel meets the rising ape. Tooth fairies? Hogfathers? Little... Yes. As practice, you have to start out learning to believe the little lies. So we can believe the big ones? Yes. Justice, mercy, duty, that sort of thing. They're not the same at all. You think so? Then take the universe and grind it down to the finest powder and sieve it through the finest sieve. Then show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy. And yet you act as if there is some ideal order in the world, as if there is some rightness in the universe by which it may be judged. Yes, but people have got to believe that, or what's the point? My point exactly. Like when say spouse means spouse in our terms, like husband and crown. Yeah, yeah, spouse as in partner, as in mate, or yeah, like companion, companion in existence. Um, but obviously, like we were talking about earlier, like all of the words we are going to use have to be. We're talking about a thing that is bigger than words can describe, so they have to be imperfect. We have to assume our knowledge is imperfect. That's the thing that I always hate about religious people is that when they tell me that their knowledge is perfect, when they tell me they know things, no, you don't. Nobody knows things. Like, oh, God maybe, sure, but like we don't get to have that privilege. We only get to be human. So yeah, yeah. So I that's the only thing I want from religious people. The only thing I really want from all religious people is the ability to accept that knowledge is impossible, or certain knowledge is impossible. The best you can do is a good guess, or like an educated guess, I should say. Oh, this day went exactly as I mentally imagined it would. Like two people watching now, and continuously just sort of answering questions and discussing. Obviously, if you want to, we can go back to read it and we can sort of engage in this old way, and we'll see how that goes. But this is fun for me, so let me know if you want to do something different. So that quote is saying these things are beliefs people are not the main goal, but within self purpose behind it, those fantasy leads to that. I mean, yeah, and I feel like it kind of connects to what we were talking about because like we are trying to understand something unreal almost, right? It's where like the we kind of have to lie to ourselves to understand a shred of the truth. I think maybe a good example of this sort of lying to ourselves to tell the truth is Little Red Riding Hood. So there was never a Little Red Riding Hood. I can use a Bible example actually. I should take this out. I need to snooze class. Mm. Uh, let's use a Bible example instead. So when Jesus was asked when what makes a man good, he says, there was a man on the road from Jericho to Jerusalem who was beset by bandits, and they beat him to within an inch of his life and left him bleeding to death on the side of the road. And there he lay, as a priest came walking by, and he begs him for help. And the priest, who does not want to get blood on his robes, he continues on. Then next comes a Levite, one of the holiest men of the time, one of the people who were permitted to touch the Torah. Again, he does not help him. He cannot. He does not wish to make himself unclean, so he cannot touch the Torah. He needs to keep himself clean. And then there comes a Samaritan, the most hated of the people of the region. And he picks him up, takes him to an inn, tends to his wounds, and pays for his rest. Which of these men were good? This thing never happened. We shouldn't assume it happened. The point isn't that it literally happened. The point of answering this question is to tell a lie in order to gain an understanding of what is true. What is goodness? Well, here's a lie so that you might understand. And a metaphor, an example, a story, some poetry. And that ties into the sort of the Hogfather idea for me is, yeah, it's all about the story. It's all about being able to lie to ourselves to be able to learn new things. Oh, I need a break now. A little bit of a mental break from from just thinking out loud. Should we read something else or should I watch something? What do I want to do? I kind of want to read something else. But I kind of also want to read this more thoroughly. Oh, deep thinking. We could also talk about the other thing, the other reason I got distracted from religion, which was for some reason the Americans really like dictators now. Um, but look, the Quran says it's not poetry, and look what the author says: purpose found. That's perspective. Yeah, it doesn't acknowledge it. That's a purpose, like you found it, but that's just. And look, that author says that is it. Like that's the purpose. Like you found it, but that's just his perspective. He doesn't acknowledge it. And that's just his perspective. Like I feel like that can be flipped around on you quite efficiently. More that we don't know. So like the afterlife belief as being real, like any other life's not beneficial. Like a lie that there's an afterlife, so we good in this world. Oh, yeah. Obviously, it's very atheistic. The thing I just read. Uh, but because it's sort of emphasizing that it's, but like the that's kind of my point here. Really, is that it's the belief in justice. That feels to me like the whole of the summary. Uh, well, I mean, you use like a lot when you're unsure how to describe it, and also we were just talking about using metaphors for describing reality. But like the thing I'm thinking about is if if all religion is a belief that injustice, that there is some ideal order to believe, like of the universe, I'm on board. Let's go. Hype, hype, hype. But like if it's just, but the more, honestly, I can't. The the problem with all religious people is that it always ends up being like this narcissism excuse. It always ends up being this like, well, no, but our perspective is the better one. That's just a perspective, but ours is actually a real one. Like when we were referencing these sort of these statements that were like what's his face Nat pointed out. They're very sort of begging the question. It's because like it is it is begging the question. It is assuming that there's a truth there, and you can read it as a theology or a philosophy book and not do that, but most people don't. Most people read both the Quran and the Bible or the Ayat Torah or whatever. They read every religious I meet, a person I meet, or who is actively religious, ends up talking about how they're right about their understanding, and there's basically you end up coming to a conclusion that there's nothing you can do to like pick at. Like even I might be this might be mean to say, but even like earlier when Nasser was saying like was like you accept God as all knowing, therefore you understand what He says is beneficial to you. Like this is, I don't know. It's just an intolerable position to hold. I think it's just this sort of begging the question, yeah, putting the conclusion before the evidence. Like you should find out about God throughout your whole life. You shouldn't, if you believe that at any point in your life that you know enough, that this is a test that you already know enough, then you're already stumbling. You're already missing out on all the knowledge you can gain, on all the learning you can gain. But there has to be a right understanding, right? No, Nasser came off. No, yeah, I saw the way Nasser came off as, yes. Yeah, obviously. I mean, um, but yeah, came off it. There has to be a right, like, there has to be a true thing, but the true thing doesn't have to be knowable. Let's see, which one? 2461. Let's see. There are a lot of funny ones, especially if you read them like completely separate from everything else. It is absolutely hilarious. Like some of the most ridiculous by itself statements. Which I mean, they're better. Like it's I made this point when I read the Sword Surah. It's nicer than I was told, and it's always nicer when you read the whole thing in context. But it's so hilarious to read it outside of context, like the joke I told you guys about earlier. The putting the punchline in the wrong order. Let's see, what's your idea of a good life, and how does atheism help? Let's see. I read it earlier, but I can. So I should explain. You shouldn't believe in God. Firstly, you should not act as though God exists. If you hear voices, they are never God. If you can resist the voices, even if you try as hard as you can, then it cannot be God. God cannot be denied, even if you try, so therefore you should try. Act as though God does not exist, for if he truly needs you, your acting will not prevent him. Similarly, you should never assume God will save you. Save yourself if you can. Save whoever else you dare. But more on this later. We all know this. We all act as though God isn't there. You also shouldn't think God exists. The tendency here is to think God agrees with you. As soon as you start justifying your actions with God, you are hiding behind him, when you could be explaining why you should act the way you act. Why the thing is, as to back to Abdullah's point, like why it's the right understanding. Not just God told me so. That's not enough. That means that you're relying on your own understanding. You're not relying on God. You're hiding behind God. You're saying that God has personally stamped his approval on your understanding. Your brain has gotten the God stamp. Like, no, I don't accept that whatsoever. That's just narcissism with extra steps. Do you think God will allow you to blame him if you should sin while thinking you are faithful? You take God for a fool? Thus, you should not believe in God. It is generally unhelpful. Yet God still spoke to us. Fuck. Don't write that. No, don't continue. I can read the whole thing another time, but I kind of want to. If I read all of this, I'm going to. We could do that. We could read all of this. Okay, but that's my answer. How does atheism help? Atheism helps by making you critical, by not giving you excuses. Like, obviously it's possible, like it's not necessary. Atheism, like, you can definitely lead a good life regardless, but atheism and generally skepticism and self-criticism and the ability to accept nothing as true and everything as sort of provisional. Okay, this is as best I've gotten so far. Maybe I'm going to learn more later. Like this ability, I think, very much stems from, or it makes atheism makes this much easier. But also, I want to honor Nat's comment. There is no restriction on the blind or the disabled or the sick, nor on yourself. Well, I want to read that after. Nor on yourselves if you eat from your homes or the homes of your fathers or your mothers or your brothers or your sisters or your paternal uncles or paternal aunts or maternal uncles and the homes. From the homes you trust to the homes, like a list of all the places. There's no blame on you eating together or separately. However, when you enter houses, greet one another with a greeting of peace from God, blessed and good. This is who God makes his revelation. I remember reading this, and it is funny. Okay, but yeah. Yeah, I think if I'm gonna make it, might be, but like most of these things were written as, like, if you want me to explain them, then then it has to be questions and answers. But then again, I could always make a video of each of these. Many of these could be made into shorts, and then we could talk about them on a later date. I also intend to do this once a week, so. If all of that, not necessarily always about Islam, because honestly, I don't want to spend the rest of my life trying to explain to people why I think that it's philosophically and theologically interesting, well, I think there's more interesting things to talk about, mainly politics, over over whether or not God really wants you to not eat bacon, or really cares really how much bacon you eat. Hmm. Why? Yeah, but why? Why does this make it clear? So you will by being nice. Like this kind of feels like it's emphasizing this sort of cultural hegemony thing. It makes a lot of sense if you read it as an imperialist document, but it doesn't make a lot of sense if you read it because like the idea, that's why the whole thing of making everyone the same culture and everyone sort of agreeing like this is how God makes his revelation clear to you by having the same sort of cultural impression. What does that mean? The homes of your so there's basically just, oh, this is a list of things you can do. Okay, now I understand. This has been a while. Sorry. The whole of the list. Okay. Also, I have an idea. Okay, let's go controversial because we can go to two controversial topics actually, which I don't think I've written about: interest and Aisha. Start with interest. Interest, to me, we know from evidence that banks giving interest is good for society. At least in the short term, as in thousands of, sort of in centuries, right? In the short term, it gives massive prosperity, massive redirection of resources. Instead of people like scared to invest because it's all of their life savings, you give it to a bank. The bank pays you money so that they can invest it out and take money for that. But the reason the bank takes interest on loans is because they can't trust you. Like, they don't know you, they don't have any reason to believe you. And so I would posit that if you do that to a friend, like, they don't know if you're going to pay back, and if they're going to pay back, they may not. They don't want to risk it unless you pay them a little bit extra. So to me, if you then are in a position where you're asking yourself, well, I don't know if I can give this money to my friend because I don't know if he's going to pay it back, then you shouldn't lend him money. You shouldn't then ask for interest as a way to secure yourself. And and alternately, for example, if you are either asking for or giving a loan and you offer interest, like, well, the idea then is somebody who doesn't have enough money but might be pressured, like somebody who has very little might be pressured to say, well, I can give them a little bit of what I have because I'll get more back. They're sort of extracting wealth from people. So it feels like there's a sort of toxicity and a ruination of relationships that is inherent to taking interest from one another, but not from banks. So for me, the idea that interest is a problem only happens in interpersonal relationships. And then it goes back to the whole thing I was saying the whole time through. All of the Sharia ideas are examples of things you get punishments from in this life. Things you don't need to wait. You get it. This life is enough. You get to see the consequences of your actions straight away. Oh God. Okay. Just a bit of stretching. I was going to read something else. It was the 5235 thing. I can go back to that. Okay. Okay, I'm definitely going to go. I already drank all of this, so I have to pee it out again. Oh, oh, oh. The other idea, now this one I definitely need feedback on. Because I haven't read enough to know, and it's probably based on hadiths, which I refuse to read for reasons we've talked about. Um, I feel like there's a very obvious and simple answer to why the sort of Aisha was 9 thing. Like, it sounds like it was just a math solution. Because I would guess that she just lied. That she was the daughter of the Prophet and then and then like didn't want to get remarried like I think all of the other daughters of the Prophet did. So it seems to me like that's the most logical explanation, knowing what I know about women and pretending, and so if she didn't want to remarry, she wanted to proselytize the word of God. That would be exactly how I would what I would do if I were in her position. But then again, I don't know of any basis for this. My cynical brain telling me that's what I would do. Oh. Is exegesis based? Okay, I have to. Google. Let's look it up so that we can all see how stupid I am. Exegesis. Do you really need your hand to be held? Like, okay, this is rude because you've been so nice to me, but do you really need your hand to be held when you're thinking? I would argue that it's a type of exegesis, it's a type of analysis, but like that's what it is. You can do it as well. Yeah, yeah. No, obviously it's a touchy topic, so we don't need to go into it. But it feels like if we're gonna justify it, we shouldn't go around saying, "Well, no, actually, she definitely was 9, and we definitely are okay with 12-year-olds getting married and consummated." That doesn't seem okay. That seems awful. Actually, that seems no, never. Um, but child lies to get out of forced marriage. I'm positive to child lies to get out of forced marriage. That sounds to me like a very good world to live in. But yeah, like critical explanation or interpretation of a text. Yes, that is exactly what it is. But like the if you emphasize the interpretation word, that's more positive than if you emphasize the explanation word. Because if you think of it as, and that's where we go back to the whole thing I'm saying about treating Muhammad as God and treating him as just as Christians do with Christ, is if his explanation is somehow divine, then we're just in the same place we were. Like if his explanation is the same as a very competent, admittedly, a very knowledgeable theologian, like the most knowledgeable theologian, that doesn't mean that everything his everything in his interpretation will always be true or is true forever. Like the Quran is supposed to do that. The Quran has all of that. If you want to have the interpretation, that's perfectly fine and reasonable, but then it should have the same status as any other theology book. Or maybe like a really good theology, like the best of the theology books, not as the word of God, which is what it feels like. A lot is based on hadith and the companions hearing what the prophets explain on that word, so we call it tafsir. Yes, so their analysis of what the prophet meant, and you go, oh, but actually no, he definitely said this. Like, oh, okay, and they all agree he said this. Yeah, okay, but it's like no, but it's there. Like they might all have shared the same flawed understanding and then discussed with each other, and then agreed upon this flawed understanding. Or maybe one of them had a different understanding, but he was convinced by the other ones, even though maybe his understanding was the. There's so many issues that come up which are so mundane and human and so like important that yeah. Remember the God who mentioned in the Quran, the messenger was sent to explain. Yes, but that's what the Quran is. The Quran, the Quran, where the messenger talks, explains the scripture, the Bible. That's my whole that's the whole genius of it. That's why I was emphasizing the whole Bible thing earlier. Like if you read it as that, as if you read it as a trilogy, then it's so much. It makes so much more sense. These ideas. But like if you say, oh okay, well he was sent to explain the thing that he said, and I was like, well then you're just saying, well okay, God told me that this guy is divine, so therefore we should literally like again we're getting back to it's just like the Christian like literally no the only difference is using the word God to describe it. I One can use the same with history or certain historical facts that hearsay we deal with detail person. The hadiths chains and who narrated in biographies of those who narrate. That's like the hadith chains. Like that's not evidence of anything. The words, the ideas, you have to prove them from argument and rhetoric and reason, like we were talking about earlier. Why is pork bad? Well, because it's unhealthy. Why is alcohol bad? Because hangovers hurt. Like, why is these are all things we can talk about, argue about, prove, evidentiary, not just, well, this guy said it, so therefore it's true. And like, regardless of who this guy was, this was a guy. If it was God, it would have been. If God was the one who said it, it would have been in the book, right? It wouldn't have been, like the only the things God has said are in the book, and the things that aren't in the book, you cannot assume God has said. You cannot assume God has given blessing for anything other than what is the thing that God says specifically. This is what thing I've given blessing. Now I know you don't say it, but there's more. Point to the role, and not only that. Okay, we will go to the surah, but it's like I understand. He was appointed to the layer, but that's what the Christians say about Jesus. Jesus was made to be the Son of God. Like they say, God said this, so therefore it's true. Like we're in the exact same dog shit possibility, and the only defense Muslims seem to throw at me is like, well, actually they recorded it and it wasn't corrupt. It wasn't like it wasn't forgotten. It wasn't like they didn't have to. The oral history was accurate the whole way. It's like who cares? But yeah, we will go to what was it, Surah 9. Oh, we'll just search it up here. On 9. From the beginning, yeah. By the stars when they see like these are the parts I like when when they're poetic. By the stars when they fade away, your fellow man is neither misguided nor astray, nor does he speak of his own whims. It is only a revelation sent down to him. He has been taught by one angel of mighty power and great perfection, who once rose to his true form. While on the highest point above the horizon, then he approached the Prophet, coming so close that he was only 2 arms lengths away, or even less. COVID. Sorry, that was a bad joke. Then God revealed to his servant what he revealed through Gabriel. All of this I already knew. The Prophet's heart did not doubt what he saw. How can you, O pagans, then dispute with him regarding what he saw? Nobody's disputing about what he saw. We're disputing whether or not what he saw was real, by the way. I hate these sort of rhetorical questions that are stupid. Are you going to dispute with him whether he saw with his own eyes? Like, we didn't dispute the conclusion. Like, have you never heard of hallucinations? I have. I certainly saw that angel descend a second time at the low tree of the most extreme limit in the 7th heaven, nearby which the garden of eternal residence, while the low tree was overwhelmed with heavenly splendors. I feel like maybe I missed something. Yeah, but why? They taught by Gabriel and So when he was speaking with the voice of Gabriel, he was speaking the word of God, and the rest of the time he was speaking the word of man. That makes so much sense to me. I don't understand why this is hard. Um, so by verse 3 is what the scholars say. The scholars that states that whatever. Oh, sorry, I read that too quickly. So by verse 3 is what the scholars that states that whatever the prophet uttered was not from his own desires or whims, therefore. So your fellow man. So is that the prophet? Okay, yeah. Okay. Now, I'm not sure we've been over this. Well, actually, I am sure we've been over this because literally the same thing the Judeo Christians say. Right? If he, they say he was the Son of God, and it says so in the text, and it's definitely true that it's like you have this self-repeating infinite cycle here. Like it's true because I say it's true because he said it's true because he witnessed it was true because he said he witnessed it was true because he knew that like it's just an infinite loop. Like the point the thing you want to dispute like the point is not. In fact, it's almost like a distraction. Almost like he fell for my trap. I asked him a stupid question back in the day, and he fell for my trap. It's like somebody sort of started to sort of but you didn't really see that. Actually, it was all fake. But who cares if he really saw that? Like, who cares if he thought about it or saw it or like it? The truth of the thing in itself should manifest itself from the evidence and the reasoning. It shouldn't be taken from authority. Not like unless you yourself see it, and if you yourself see it, then you should assume you're crazy. The truth of the matter is not based on what you experience inside your own head, it's what you experience that is outside of you. Truth is not. I don't know what my point there was going to be. Truth is not so. The words themselves can be judged themselves, not the authority. Like the Catholics say that the Pope is God's voice on earth, like that God speaks through the Pope. Well, why should we believe him? Well, because the Pope said so, and God said, and Peter said so. And it's like, well, it sort of just ends up being this infinite loop, where it's just sort of, well, you should trust us because you say us to trust us because you say us. Your role is not only to deliver the revelation, but also to explain it. That's how we see the messenger. Well, okay, that's a stupid way of seeing it, honestly. That's exactly the problem I have with religious people. Is if you think that it is possible for the prophet, regardless of who inspired him, to send one message and one way of explaining things so that everyone in the world would understand, like explain it to them in like you need a different explanation per person. That's how people think. That's like my limited experience as a math teacher, which I recently taught, but like you need to appeal to the person in question. You can't just say, well, okay, well, he it was his job to explain it, therefore his explanation is 100% true, and therefore my understanding of his explanation has to be 100% true because God gave him the power to explain to him because God said he would have the power to explain it. That's a problem because you're and that's the thing I try and emphasize here is when he said it, he might have known it, he might have explained it exactly as is true, as is most true. But when it goes from his lips to your ears, in like as soon as it hits your ears, it starts getting fuzzy. It starts getting mixed and muddled in with your whims and desires, your your own whims and desires. Like these are things. I understand that you don't believe that he acted on his whims and desires, and he interpreted on his whims and desires. But you have to understand, and it is impossible for me to accept that you cannot understand, that you are a fallible human, and nothing, you and I, we are all fallible humans. Nothing we can ever do will allow us to have a perfectly good, accurate understanding of things. No matter, like maybe at the day of judgment, but not until the day of judgment. But look, like the companions would ask what the verse is referring to with anything like you said, a math teacher, and now I can use explanation, lol. You a math teacher, now I can use an explanation. They would ask what the verse is referring to, and then you would read what they said he said, and what they said he said is based on them trying to understand him. So already we have one step, one separation from God, from the prophet of God, who you don't think is God, except you treat him as God in everything except literally saying the words. So I'm being an asshole again. I like being an asshole. Sorry if maybe, I mean, you wouldn't be here if me being an asshole offended you. If the companions are imperfect humans. Regardless of what Muhammad said, they had to understand it. They are imperfect. QED, they don't know everything prophet meant. And they could not communicate it perfectly onwards. Right? And once you hear their telling of that story, then you have another layer, and then another addition of your own whims and desires, and your own confusion, and your own context, and your own, like, the best way of approaching something which is supposed to be true for all people, for all times, forever, is not to let somebody else from a different time tell you what it meant. That is unacceptable to me. That's a contradiction with the thing the Quran says. I was being an asshole because I was kind of, I was implying that that the way you were doing things was stupid. But I can be more obvious next time, so you'll understand I'm an asshole. So with formula, people can see it on the board and analyze and think what it means, but the teacher can understand it the proper way. Okay. Let's make a separate category then. The teacher and the professor. So the professor is the teacher of the teacher, and the teacher is the teacher of the students. So I was a teacher for math students who were 14, 15, 16, I think. Right, no, it was 1 year, so 13, 14, 15. I, not a math professor, can't teach math to myself, can't teach math to someone at my level, but the professor could teach me. So I had enough competence to teach them, but not me. So you say, well, they have a proper way of understanding. Not true. I did not have a proper way of understanding all of these things. For example, god awful at calculus. Cannot comprehend calculus at all. Like, I hate infinitesimals. That's the problem. I really hate infinitesimals. It feels like an insanity. Let's not get into that too much. But, like, if you have this... I could still teach people how to do calculations, how to do, like, solve integrals and solve the derivatives. But that doesn't mean I have the proper understanding. It means I have a little bit more understanding than the people I'm teaching. So, see, Neumann or Neumann? I think it's the von Neumann machine was the one. Not all knowledge can be put into words. Human language has a limitation, so the prophet is sent to show people by way of demonstrations. That one, I think that's a fairly reasonable. I think that if you read the Quran as a series of demonstrations and try and sort of engage with it critically yourself and try and engage your brain without letting anyone tell you what things mean, then it's absolutely wonderful. And it's probably even better than, like I was going to say here, like you can do that technically with any fiction. Any fiction, as long as you engage your brain enough, you can always do it. But it's honestly a little bit better than most fiction. Like it has this sort of semi-non-fiction vibe to it, where it's sort of, sort of guides your understanding. And like I was talking about earlier about case studies, about this is an example of a thing, like pork isn't the thing you should avoid. Unhealthy food is the thing you should avoid. Pork is just an example of this thing. And so, like, our understanding is limited. And one of the reasons why I think this is a very good point to emphasize is we Westerners, especially, we've invented way more unhealthy things than bacon. Like, okay, bacon is, you have, you know, frozen pizzas you get at the store? They're basically deep fried cake with cheese on top, right? If you have the choice between like a pork loin, like a low fat pork loin, and a frozen pizza, I very much recommend that you eat the pork loin. You will feel better after you eat the pork loin than if you eat the frozen pizza. You will feel more, you will feel the punishment in the same way I was talking about the hangovers and stuff. But yeah, now that's with a formula, but here it's literally copying word for word, which you said is easier than understanding. Anyone can copy an equation exactly, and that's what the companions did. But then they're not gaining understanding, and they're just copying an equation. The equation is not the understanding. I showed you, like I said, did I have? What was it? That's the equation. Do you understand it? Don't look at that. Don't look at the. Don't look at the picture. Okay. Don't look at this. Look at the e to the power pi I plus 0. That's the equation. You can tell that literally to anyone. If you look at the picture, you can figure out what it means. But don't do that right now. Like, focus on the equation. Anyone can repeat that. I can teach anyone that. That gains you no understanding. You can memorize that right now, and you will not understand what it means. I don't even understand what they mean, even with the picture. I mean, the picture makes it a little bit more trivial, but it's like you need to understand what polar coordinates are and why polar coordinates are real. It's very tricky to do. And by polar coordinates, I mean why imaginary numbers are real, which is a fun little little language trick we've managed to walk ourselves into. We invented a number and called it an imaginary number, and it turned out to be a real one. Very very nice how I guess that's what I was about to say. I feel like I understand now why so many mathematicians are religious, because there's an elegant beauty in this. It's almost like it reminds me again of my parents, my dad and my granddad, like the sort of good paternalistic role models. There were some who understood more than others, but passing on the equation, the example of generations, the equation they're preserved, you know. Yeah, 100%. But if you show this equation to 100 different people, none of which who have studied maths, how many of them will understand it? Like, most of them won't. Most of them have to spend their whole life. It's a good thing that it's preserved. Don't get me wrong. It's just like the idea that, okay, once somebody told you what the answer was, then you know what the answer is not true. You need to understand the answer. And if you don't, and I think, honestly, if you don't engage with it, like, hypercritically, then, or I think that's at least the best way of understanding things, is starting by trying to disprove it. I feel like that's the insight we have from philosophy. It took us 2,500 years, so I feel like, give us some credit here, okay? We started before you, and we finally got a conclusion that was maybe potentially useful. But as Muslims turn to the Quran verse, which is like a cut off, which you wouldn't like, but we use the Quran ayah where the God says he will make sure the Quran is preserved. I don't understand. Like, yeah, sure, the Quran is preserved, and so what? You are still the one engaging with it. Humans are still engaging with it. In order to engage with it properly, you need to engage your brain as much as possible, which is why I like being hypercritical and hyper hateful, and because that's how you spark your brain, or that's at least how I spark other people's brains. So presumably it works for me as well. Hadith, are there weak fabricated ones, so they're hadith science, which is yeah, but the problem with hadith science is you get that you can prove historically what things are, but then you kind of basically you get this sort of false accomplishment. You put so much effort. Sorry, you put so much effort into making sure that that you figured out. Okay, this is more historically accurate. This has more of this, and the more evidence you find of it, the more it feels like you found evidence for the thing itself, and you have found evidence for the thing itself, but it actually is worse because you feel like you found evidence for the thing you yourself believe. So the more effort you put into it to prove it, like it is, or like you don't prove that it is the true understanding, you prove that it is the true understanding at the time. You get a historical understanding. You understand more of history. You don't necessarily understand more of theology. Like the understanding of the hadith is perfectly valid and reasonable as a historical analysis, but as a theological analysis, come on. Give me something better. Give me something better than it was preserved well. That's not enough. Wait, you can use compound. So I just got really... Oh no, it's about E. You can... Okay, never mind. I can close that one too. Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like it's... I feel like we shouldn't... And I mean, it's the same principle. We shouldn't ever trust yourself. Never ever trust yourself. Never ever trust what you believe to be true. Everything you have ever believed, everything any human being has ever believed to be true, or every human being has always been wrong about something. And you don't know what you're wrong about until you know what you're wrong about. And then you'll have something new to be wrong about. You have to always assume that there is something wrong in what you believe. How would we know the context of a certain Quran ayah? Just to be clear, it's about the hadith we're talking about, right, Lo? Context of certain Quran, like, yeah, historical analysis is important. You can also do that, like, by the Bible, right? Hint, 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 hint. But no, you can, I understand, I agree that historical, I don't think necessarily, I think that what you're saying here kind of subtly contradicts the idea that it's supposed to be true for all ages. I feel like for that to be the case, then you have to not need the context. And that's also why when I was sort of phrasing the thing earlier about the men and women and avoiding sexual urges, it's sort of, even though we are no longer in a situation where, or at least here where I live, where it's like sexual assault is basically inevitable, it's still sort of worthwhile to understand these things in a modernized context. But if you emphasize the historical context, then you eventually get into this crazy position where actually it was only true then, and now I remember the example I was thinking of. The poets will prove this to be true. I don't remember if that's exactly what the Quran says, but the Quran says the poets will prove this to be true. The future tense. I know I don't read Arabic, so I understand that maybe me emphasizing future tense isn't correct. But that can be true forever, assuming that all new poetry would then provide evidence. And that's actually something I have written about extensively, is how, like, our Westerns, we, like, who didn't have the Quran, we study poetry a lot. We understand reality through poetry. Like, poetry is our jam. So if you're saying the poets will prove it, okay, well, let us prove it. Because that's it's not an event that happened in the past. It might also be that, but it's an event that is going to continuously happen forever. The poets will always be able to prove. That's how I feel like you should interpret these kinds of things. So you believe, like every human, wrong as a religion, whereas religion will have the aspect of divinely appointed. So there's a certain. That's what, like, you're. Oh, this is frustrating, actually. Whereas religion will have the aspect of the divine. Well, any religion then. Odin. Come, Odin's son. Do you not hear the rallying cry of Thor's hammer? The prophet, on the mistakes of the prophet, was watched over to ensure truth is revealed. the beginning of Surah Basa. I can check that. Oh yeah, no, I figured out now. I can just search. There's a search function. He frowned and turned his attention away, simply because the blind man came to him, interrupting. Okay, who cares? Never know a prophet might be purified or man. So you want me to read this hadith now? In hadith, hey, named brother, an early Muslim came to the Prophet seeking to learn more about the faith, while the Prophet was with an elite Meccan beggar trying to kiss. Okay, wait. Meccan Surah was later telling the Prophet that he should have tended to the faithful man. Okay. This Meccan Surah. Which Meccan? This one? Oh, I see. So this one. You never know a prophet, perhaps even, or he might be mindful. Okay. So so what this is saying is trying to explain to me the thing. So like it's already bad that it's there. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. The fact that I read that now ruins the ability of the Quran to speak to me directly. It's poisonous. Having people tell you what the interpretation should be before you read it is always poisonous. Having people tell you this is what other people believe is always poisonous. Having people being conformists is always poisonous. Being this collectivist obsessiveness of uniformity is always poisonous. The reason we have Muslims in this country is because we didn't do that. And that's, I think, the biggest problem with Islam. And it feels very much like you're asking for special treatment. And if that is what you're asking for, good riddance. We buried your ancestors, we shall bury you too. Ours was before, and ours will persist. Perhaps he may be purified, or he may be mindful, benefiting from the reminder. As for the one who was indifferent, you gave him your undivided attention, even though you are not to blame if he would not be purified. But as for the one who came to you eager to learn, being... Oh, I see. So the idea is that since if somebody comes and asks you for help, then they deserve... And that makes sense. If somebody comes and asks you for help, then you have a greater obligation to help those than the people who do not ask you for help. And the man can be wrong somewhere, but look at the hadith is just explaining the context of the history of it. Now the hadith is telling you what to interpret it. It's telling you, this is telling the Prophet that he should have tended to the faith. It's telling you what you should think. That's what's so atrocious, gross even. Like you telling people what to think and you think this is a good thing? What a ridiculous proposition. Teach people how to think, not what to think. Any one book can be read and people can have different interpretations, therefore explanations make clear, so assume or interpret wrong. That's the problem. People are supposed to do that. People are supposed to learn. And people do assume. People do assume because of this now. They use this to assume even more. And like, how does this help? Because, okay, you just have more words. Like you don't actually solve the problem by having an explanation of what you should think. Because then you're just sort of postponing the same problem. It's the same problem. People can read and have different interpretations. All right, good point. People can read this and have different interpretations. So now you need a tafsir to explain the tafsir to explain the tafsir to explain. You need to just keep going and on and on forever. You cannot tell people what to think. You can only you cannot make cannot make a horse drink. You can only bring him to water. Because you see it as poetry. I love poetry because it can interpret there many possibilities. See, I mean, give me a second. Where did I put you? I have you here. Well, let me just grab my notes. non-fiction book about how animal senses reveal the hidden realms about us. Do you or do you not believe that this fact book can be interpreted differently? Or is it only poetry to you? You say that I think this because I see it as poetry. No, I think this because human beings are fallible. So, like, seeing it as revelation, as the Quran says, is what I'm thinking about here. Just in case you're wondering why I'm quiet. Because we're again getting to the same sort of repetition. Well, because the Quran says it's a revelation, that's why we decide to see it as a revelation. And that's why... No, but you're missing the point here is it's not just the Quran. When you have an image in your head of what the Quran says, regardless of how many hadiths you read, regardless of how many people, regardless if you went back in time and spoke to all of his companions, regardless if you went back in time and sat down and listened to him yourself, that does not mean that the thing in your head is true. Even if it was the divine revelation, that doesn't mean that you are the one being revealed to. The Prophet was the one being revealed to. Why would you expect yourself to have an accurate view of what these things mean? You should always expect yourself to not have an accurate view of anything, because you are fallible. You are human. You are not God. Take no partners with God. Do not take yourself to be as wise and as knowing as those who revealed the divine message to the Prophet. Only he was revealed to, and he gave his best shot at explaining the scripture which he was told in his own head, and then he explained it out, which is what I think is the same as like the thing we've all been saying all along. I don't know. I feel like it's certainty. False certainty is poison for the mind. That's honestly, and I feel like you've only emphasized this to me. You've only proven this to me even more. That it is always poisonous to think that you know what the answer is. Because only when you don't think you know what the answer is are you ready to learn. All knowledge starts with the statement, I do not know. Or if not the statement, the belief, the understanding that, or the realization that you don't know. So let's skip to it. Let's skip straight to it. Let's jump in to not knowing. All that I know is that I know nothing. We start with that. We start with the understanding that we don't know. And then you move on from that. Rather than starting with the assumption that you can know. It's an argument we used to say that one shouldn't use mind work to assume what verse means. Like we're saying God has the answer. God has the answers, but he's not talking to you directly, is he? You should use mind work to understand what the word verses mean. You should never assume anything. Then you make an ass out of you and me. Sorry, that's a bad joke. This is old joke. You should nowhere in my explanation of anything have I given you the right to assume that you know something based on your mind work. You should use your mind work to try and get your best answer, and then you should assume that this is false, and then you should use your mind work it's a continuous, ongoing, eternal process. Like maybe at the end you'll know what the whole answer is, but like to believe we have them now, where do you even get because Muhammad knew the answers, because God knew the answers, then suddenly we know the answers? Start with we don't know. What's the next step? Anything. Depends. Look, listen, live, try, and try again. Typically the strategy is to get an idea and try and prove that idea wrong. So if you think this is how I understand things, then you go, okay, well, what would it take? What evidence would I need to prove this wrong? What would indicate. And if there is no evidence, then you should discard it immediately. If it is impossible to disprove the thing, then you should basically, that which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. There's nothing that could convince you otherwise. You are delusional. But that doesn't mean you can't make guesses, make estimates, make predictions, try and see what happens, experience life, learn. Like, children don't know, and they get to learn. Why are you guys suddenly acting as if you're being an adult in the face of God? We're children in the face of God. You shouldn't be this sort of cocky. And I'm the arrogant one, the arrogant atheist who dares say that nobody knows anything. Sorry about that. I forget that my bottle is squished beyond recognition. Scientific method is sufficient for... I mean, you are correctly noticing that I'm basing the idea on the scientific method, but that's a little bit too simplistic. I'm basing it on critical rationalism, on the explanation of why the scientific method worked. So the scientific method has been working for thousands of years. But in 1950 something, 56 I think, Karl Popper sat down and explained why it worked, or like in philosophical terms, in rationalist terms, and sort of how you can get, you don't need true statements, you need practically useful statements, things that you can act on, things that you can sort of live your life by. You don't necessarily need certainty. You don't need that comfort. You don't need to be coddled. You don't need to have all the answers before you start learning. You need to learn all the answers from experience, from life, from trial and error, from being wrong, and from knowing that you are going to be wrong. It's so easy because you know we are fallible. You know you are going to be wrong. Therefore, go out and be wrong. That's the statement. For all human needs was also a cheeky thing, but I think you'll notice that I sidestepped that implication very quickly. Certain verse in the Quran, for example, is used to prove the Quran is... Do you remember what I said? Yeah, okay. Again, you're not actually addressing the main thrust of the issue here, which is just because you know that's... Like, you found one thing in the Quran now where you know that your understanding is more accurate by verifying it with something else. Therefore, your understanding of everything else in the Quran is also going to be verified. That's outrageous. Actually, fuck it, let's make it easier. What about the Muslims, the hypocrites? Don't lie, or not the hypocrites, because they know they're lying, but the delusional Muslims. Like, aren't there Muslims who disagree with you on how reality is? Isn't there Sunni Shia split? Or, like, obviously that's not necessarily about the Quran, but, like, aren't there distinctions between how different Muslims interpret things? Well, then why can't they use this proof for their interpretation just as much as you use your proof for your interpretation? I'll hold it away so it doesn't make so much noise. Of a baby, so these things a man in the desert wouldn't. No. On the formation of a baby. The Quran, on the formation of this. A man in the desert. You're really, really underestimating who the Prophet was. The Prophet was not just some man in the desert. He was a very successful merchant, okay? A successful merchant who had traveled up and down the coasts of very heavily populated, formerly Roman colonies. Or present Roman? I don't remember even. Like, I don't... Probably... No, the Byzantium. That was much further up. Like, he might have literally discussed Aristotle with a philosopher without knowing that that's what he was doing. So I would very much don't underestimate him that much. So let's consider a hypothetical. How will you replace the idea of accountability to God for your actions? If law enforcement is your idea, then shouldn't you think of ways to cheat? Then why shouldn't I think of ways to cheat law enforcement? How will you replace the idea of accountability? What the fuck are you even talking about? You mean how will I? You think that there is an inherent proof that the universe holds you accountable, and so therefore I need to replace this with something? Like, do you? I don't even understand what that point is trying to make. Maybe so. These. Yeah, no, that last part about sort of correcting you that the prophet is not as unknowledgeable as you think, but that's something Muslims brought up all the time. It's like, well, how would he have known that a baby was formed by the same process, the incorrect process, by the way, that Aristotle explained? Like this, I, he describes it in the same terms, vague and nebulous terms, without being as specific as our modern terms, without having any of the details of our modern terms, without being referenced in any way. He just sort of reiterates something which he could actually very well have known, given his position and role in life. So, I made this point earlier. I think a much better evidence for the truthiness of the Quran, and I'm not even obviously I'm not even convinced that it is sufficient, but I think a much better evidence is the fact that if you break the Sharia, you get punished in this life. If you get drunk, you get a hangover. If you gamble, you lose all your money. If you eat bacon every day, you get a heart attack. Like all of these things, like these are evidences, not well, he knew things that I don't think he could have known because I couldn't. Sorry, that's that. Now I'm going to be mean. Yeah, I will be mean because you like it's literally relying on your own sort of. Well, I can't imagine how somebody in his position he was smarter than you. Like, come on, like what? Why is this such a big deal? Like, it should just be much easier to say, okay, a smart person said something smart about God. Oh my God, oh, incredible. I think you should ask more questions to understand what it would take for you to believe that there is a creator or an idea of God. Well, there is obviously an idea of God. There are loads of religious people, and if you believe, I'm sorry, you don't need to correct. I understand what you mean. What you would make you believe it is from God, and if you believe, what would make you believe it is from God? I, I'm saying that even if I'm saying that I'm just accepting it now. I'm accepting it on principle. I'm not even contesting this essential facet. I kind of sort of dip into it every now and again, but the point I'm trying to make here is even assuming the Quran 100% is the true and accurate and uncorrupted word of God, that does not mean that you get to have certain knowledge about anything. Though that does not follow, that does not go from that is not a premise that leads to that conclusion. But I will ask more questions. That's what I like to do. I'm Mr. Questioner. Always asking the most annoying questions as I can. Oh. Okay, we can go back to a seafarer. Because the idea of accountability for God, for like why would I need to replace that? I don't still understand. Law enforcement, which is obviously just trying to catch me out on something which I don't believe, but I don't because I don't believe it's necessary to have replaced that with anything. I mean, I understand why people want to believe it. It's nice. It feels nice to believe that their evil people will be punished, and if you do good, then even if you don't get rewards in this life, you will. That to me seems like the same sort of cheat law enforcement kind of thing. You want to. You feel like you can sort of don't need to do anything to fix the world and the problems of the world because you know God is responsible for anything anyway. Huh? So something I said in Norwegian. Like it feels like we're getting into this sort of, you can twist that argument and flame it right or frame it right back at you, and it's all of a sudden a problem. Like, oh yeah, it's so comfortable to believe that there is accountability, so therefore there must be accountability. And we want to believe there's accountability. That's a human need. So therefore, we believe in this. And then we're going back to the Hogfather thing. No. Take the universe and grind it down the finest parts, sieve it through the finest sieves, show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy, and yet you act as if there is some ideal order in the world, as if there is some rightness in the universe by which it may be judged. Yes, but people have got to believe that, or what's the point? Like, people can just believe that. You don't need to believe that they're like, sure, I believe in justice. Why would you need an accountability? That there is some rightness, some right order, that you can believe in. But if no one knows how, okay, how is it not a premise for that? If one knows how is it not a premise from that? Like, for example, I believe the Quran is, and in those words, is guidance to do and not to do, but if I know it is, then how can I not be certain? Okay. So, the way we fix this, we defined knowledge based on sort of the only necessary preconditions as justified true belief. And yeah, sure, you're like, oh, but it has to be true or else it's not knowledge. But like we're just getting into a semantic thing here. You shouldn't be able to believe that. You shouldn't be certain just because you know things. Like that's no. You can know things without being certain. You being confident. Let me rephrase that. Someone knows God-centered revelation is one that created everything complex, but that we know the one who created knows us better than the Quran mentions. Again, so fucking what? Like, okay, it was definitely written. Okay, I'm gonna repeat this. Just so, for the sake of argument, this 100% accurate, true. Okay, the Arabic version of this, 100% accurate, true version of God's word, who knows everything, who created everything, who's master of everything, who knows judgment, who's everything, a perfect, omniscient being. So what? How do you go from the thing that is written here is perfect to what happened after you've read it, the thing that is in here is perfect? That's different. This can be perfect while this isn't perfect. No matter how much I bang my head against it, it doesn't make my brain more perfect just because this is perfect. You can know things without being certain. That's kind of the issue here, right? Because if you use know as a sort of definitely it means it has to be true, or okay, then you can know nothing. Then there is nothing that is knowable. Like only like tautologies, like all bachelors are unmarried, or n is or p is not equal to np, right? These are you can establish tautologies, but even then, not really. You have the Cartesian demon, because like as far as you know, your idea of understanding logic is fallible. He obviously likes the idea of going, well, then God guarantees certain knowledge. But like, why would you do that? Like, where would this idea come from? Like, why would you need, like, why would you have the belief that you are infallible in your understanding of something infallible? Your understanding is fallible, and you know this, so you should always be certain that you're not certain. So we're not saying we're perfect, but the Quran is. Yeah, exactly. So you're perfect, one's mind isn't. Exactly. So everything that's inside your mind isn't perfect. One of the things that's inside your mind is your understanding of literally everything. Like you read book 1,000 million times. Read book until the only thing you do is you read this one book over and over again. At no point does this perfection transfer into your brain? That you need to prove this somehow. You need to prove that this is possible somehow. Like, this is, to me, this is like an impossible mountain to jump over. It's like you're telling me, oh, but we just accidentally do something which is, we just accidentally watch pigs fly. We just accidentally walk on water. It's like, what? If God said you could walk on water, would you go? That, like, it feels like this sort of absurdity where, well, because because we know that he was right, then therefore we should know that we are right. Never. Our understanding is fallible. That's granted. Sure. And because our understanding is fallible, that means that everything you know about God, everything you think you know about God, which isn't there in your fallible little brain, like mine, like you saw me do, like you saw me read the Quran the first time. It's like, well, clearly the fact that it was perfect doesn't in any way mean that I'm going to understand it perfectly. And even no matter if you spend the entire rest of your life, like, no point should you be certain that you understand. The only way you can understand more and more and more is if you don't expect yourself to be certain. It might be hard to act on things. Like, you don't act on your uncertainty, but like, you should never assume that you have it. But look, you saying that we can't understand anything with certainty. Yeah, and like you're saying, that's what we saying. The Quran is perfect, but our mind isn't. But it's guidance for us to follow. But look, you saying we can't understand anything with certainty. Those two things are identical to me. Like, there could be an equal sign instead of the but for me. So you know you exist, but you're not certain. I mean, you could be wrong. Exactly. When will you ever know? Why do you expect me to know? Why would you expect that to happen? Like, maybe if God exists, sure. Maybe if on the day of judgment, maybe there is a point in time where it's possible to know. But maybe if you go sort of the Buddhistic nirvana, you sort of unify with God and you get to access his mind. It is very philosophical. It is all based on, the entirety of it is based on, starting with the entire history of Western philosophy, Socrates. All that I know is that I know nothing. Which he, by the way, said at his trial in order to make fun of the people who executed him, which is hilarious. All the way up through Descartes and Hume and all the way up to Popper, who get the sort of, well, this is the best we can do. At least we can sort of have a guesswork, and that's like the idea of being closer to the truth. That's possible, but like, you should never. That's actually the best way of describing it. What's the point of knowledge or knowing or wanting to know anything then? First of all, wanting to know, like, your emotions don't need to have a point. Your emotions are a defining feature of who you are. I want to know like that's doesn't need a purpose other than to define you. But what's the point of knowledge? Like, well, we're saying that what you mean by knowledge is this certain thing, then there is no point. The point of certainty is to have delusions that you can convince yourself. Looks to me contradictory. You say this is what you think, I believe, but you admit you could be wrong at the same time. Yes? Okay, so you think there's a contradiction between believing something to be true and believing that you can be wrong about everything you believe to be true. I don't understand what the contradiction is. Like, let me try and make an example. I believe that I am allergic to gluten, because I've noticed that I get reactions. We don't need to get into it. But if I one day find out that actually no, it was just the milk and all the pizza I was eating was like making it, or it was just the Pepsi Max, which is what I changed my mind to more recently. Pepsi Max has given me IBS. Like, this is. But this could also be wrong in the future, right? It could also be something else I did. It could also be that I have cancer, right? This idea that I can believe something to be true because it is my most favored of many bad explanations, of many uncertain explanations. But let's see. Say, you know, sugar is bad and your child really wants to eat it. How many research governed to give an infinite amount? You need an infinite amount of proof to be able to prove. I'll show you why, actually. There's a very cool way of doing it. I have to do it with paint, so bear with me, because there will be a little bit of fiddling with the stream as I set this up. Okay, and we will add a new source. We want to capture a specific window. Add new source instead. Paint. Untitled paint. There we go. Done. Now I will show you what I mean. So we have a line, axis set. Just align it properly, which is 9. And we have, I've drawn this before actually, I remember. Let's see, we have, let's call this line the thing God knows to be true. Because let's use, I think God is a metaphor, but let's just use God as a metaphor for experience. Oh, shit. Actually, fuck it. We should redo those. I don't care if it's green. There we go. If you watch how we get to truth, it's like this. It approaches asymptotically to a thing. So you can, like, if the, oh, whoops. Yeah, that's close. Not close enough. Okay. Let's do it again. So, what happens if I click now? Okay. If the child is here, right, knows, or even here, knows nothing, and you bring him one study, and suddenly you've quintupled his confidence in the thing because it's more likely to be true, and you give him another 10, and another 10, another 10, and it's like he's getting closer and closer. But like, do you see the line gets? It's just get closer. You can't really reach it. Oh no, it's math. Okay, sorry. I won't use more math metaphors, but like, the idea is that there is some truth that exists out there. You can believe that's the case. I don't mind that. But this line, that's what human knowledge is. This curved line here. And you'll never reach it. You will never have certainty that you will know everything. You will, or indeed you will, like, you might cross it. You might cross it and go over, but like then, okay, mathsy, you don't actually cross it because of, I don't need to explain that. But like, what was a curve called? Geez, I forgot, lol. This type of curve is called a logarithmic curve. Ultimate truth is your problem. Certainty, overwhelming confidence. The belief that, like, the ultimate truth, I don't mind believing ultimate truth exists. I do mind believing that you can know ultimate truth. That a fallible human being can know ultimate truth is a contradiction of the word fallible. If human beings are fallible, then they cannot know the truth, the ultimate truth. If human beings are, the only way for human beings to know the ultimate truth is if they become infallible. So, okay, so what is from assistance from the green line? From the green line as a concept itself. Like, what I'm saying is your brain approaching, like, you read the Quran. Like, okay, let's use me as an example. Here I was, hater, Islamophobe, hater of the Quran. And then I read the Quran. Now I'm much closer to the truth. And maybe in 10 years, I will be much closer to the truth. And maybe in 1,000 years, I will be almost at the truth. And maybe in 100,000 years, I will be really close to it. Like, if he continues off into the, that way, sorry. Continues off in the direction. You don't get to believe that you get there just because you have access to revelation. Revelation is something you like. You're under your brain. This is your brain process working towards the truth. Your brain process, your methodology, whatever strategy you have of finding the truth, by scientific method, rationalism, empiricism, whatever. That's you brain work. But I have to see. Your child is eating sugar. You can tell them stop eating it. It's bad. As a master's degree in biology, understands. I I don't understand what your point is, really. Like, oh, because are you saying you can't act on things unless you have certain knowledge? That's insane. You can. I can act on my stopping drinking Pepsi Max even though it might be something else. And in fact, by acting on this, I learn. In fact, you should act on certain knowledge to learn, and you should act in ways that you think will confuse you. But you can't say that with everything, right? Why not? Even this you're explaining could be wrong completely. You know what I mean? So this, I've been encountered this argument before. It's just a semantic trick, okay? Let's be clear about this. What you're saying is, well, you're skeptical about your own skepticism. No, of course, like, and so what? It's so trivial. It's like, maybe the curve is different. Maybe actually it's exponential. Maybe we oh whoops. Maybe instead of approaching truth this way, we actually approach it the opposite way, so that it takes us really long time to get going, but then we suddenly get really, really quickly. Like, yeah, I could be wrong. Could be linear. It could be like wonky, like I did it on accident. Like, it could be so many different things. I'm just trying to describe to you so that you will understand the point I'm making, which is just because a true thing exists doesn't mean that necessarily that we can know the truth. And that's why my whole point is, we've never at a single point in this conversation gotten any reason to believe that just that you can have certain knowledge, because at no point does the fact that this was true mean that this is true. There could be, especially, I mean, it can't be with the only thing it can't be with are tautologies. There are statements that are true by definition because they have they have the statement in themselves. So a bachelor is unmarried because a bachelor means unmarried man. Therefore, if you say a bachelor is unmarried, that sentence is, I mean, first of all, it's pointless because you've already got the information. You could just say a bachelor, but like a bachelor is unmarried has to be true because of what the word means. But as long as if you change the word, maybe it means something else. But like, it's only true for those kinds of things which have the answer in itself. Like 1 equals 1. Right? That's fair. I mean, he can trust you and stop eating it immediately, or choose to continue to eat it and study all the signs around to reach a conclusion to stop it decades later. I'm telling you that, is that what you do? Like, genuinely? Like, you trust people? Like, you like, oh, okay, somebody told me, so therefore I know have certain knowledge. Is that literally how you go through your life? Like, then how? Like, how where's your, wow? I'm telling you that there is no amount of research which will get him to certain knowledge. No amount of research, no amount of PhDs, even if he spends his entire life fixating on it, he will never be able to prove 100,000% or 100% 0.0000 that it is definitely, certainly true that sugar is bad for you. However, you can make educated guesses and work on from those. So when a child who knows nothing is told, "Oh, sugar is bad for you," they go, "Huh, okay, maybe sugar is bad for me." And then they have an educated guess. "Oh, I think maybe it might be bad for me." And what I would do, obviously, is I would try and eat sugar and see what happens. And then I'd find out, oh, it turns out if I eat too much sugar, I shit myself. Sugar is bad for me. Who would have thought? But then ignore that. Okay, some things we must have reached ultimate truth. For example, poison is bad because of XYZ. No. Any empirically based thing is always never certain. Like you can always have, it could always be a hallucination. You could wake up tomorrow in the Matrix. That's the best. Like that's the easiest one. Like, oh, poison is bad for you because of X, Y, Z. Well, then you wake up in the Matrix and suddenly it's not bad. Ignore the poison. Sorry. Then you can have certain ways. You can't see that one can never have certainty without knowing something. Okay, that again is the semantic argument, but because how can't you be skeptical against the skepticism? You, like the statement, like if you want to reduce it down to the idea that nothing is certain is the only certain statement, I don't mind that. But then, like, why? Like we have reasons to get there. We have reasons to believe that that you can be wrong about your brain. You can be wrong about what your eyes see. You can be wrong about what your ears hear. Like we've had all of these experience. All of us have had these experiences in our lives where we thought we heard something and wasn't that. We thought someone called our name. We thought we saw a face we recognized but wasn't. We thought we understood something and it turns out we're an idiot. Like maybe it's just me. We have all human beings I have ever met have this experience of our brain, our fallibility. You all acknowledge our fallibility. Well, then this statement, the only true statement I need is humans are fallible. And that was indeed the whole of the argument I was making. It doesn't matter how, like, this true, human fallible, like, it is a contradiction to say that fallible human can have true thoughts about truth. Like, you can't know that. I'm a Pibrek, and you can think of how to explain it to me. So, can we leave the door open now? Is it dark enough? Yeah, it's dark enough. Oh, open it up. Oh. Okay, let's see. Where is my certain knowledge is different than the Quran? Okay, wait. Reminds me, Surah says hereafter one will have the eyes of certain beings. Sure, I mean, I conceded that. It is possible, and there are many different philosophical ways of making it so that anything beyond this current understanding can give you certainty, but like why the idea that you will have understanding in this timeline, I see nothing you've said at any point in time has given me that impression. And I do have a very good reason to disbelieve it. I think it's discourse on method, is it the one? There we are. I don't remember if this is the one, but let's skip to the thing I think it would be. Oh, we can do that. We can go. What's it? Takatu. Takatu. Competition for more gains diverts you from God until you end up in your graves. But no, you will soon come to know. And again, no, you will soon come to know. Indeed, if you know your fate with certainty, you would have acted differently, but you will surely see the hellfire. Even, even God tells you that you can't know things with certainty, and you're like arguing with me about it. Again, you will surely see it with the eye of certainty. You will, yes, future tense. And then on that day, you will definitely, on that day even, it even specifies, you will question about your worldly pleasure. This supports me. So how do we make progress? We've always saying we don't know anything, so whenever men make a claim, point to assumption. No. You don't prove them wrong by doing this. And you know that everything is wrong, then like that statement, that it's meaningless. It's like, oh, but yours is all the false. Yes, like every other idea. Like why are we talking why are we talking like this is relevant when it applies to every idea which isn't self-fulfilling? And this is the kind of sort of thing which, honestly, this is why I don't like religions, because this is the thinking that it emulates. It's this idea you want to comfort yourself with the belief of certainty, and because it feels like you need it to know things. But like so many philosophers throughout the ages have acted without knowing. In fact, the wisest people in human history have acted without knowing. In fact, you are told that you will not know your fate with certainty in the book that the perfect true book that tells you about your fate. Like how is it that the Quran is telling me I'm right and you're wrong? How can that be? The thing being true and being certainly true does not mean that the thing is true and certainly not certainly true. Oh, we should. Okay, what's the other one? I'm just gonna find it. Where did he put? I think therefore I am. Cookie source. Meditations. That's the one. The Meditations. Gutenberg. Okay. Know with certainty through revelation. If you go through the beginning of the Quran, through a book. Okay. Whee! Wait. Oh, I did it wrong. BAQAR. There we go. The two. I remember that one. The longest one. The bastard. Put the longest one first. How dare they? Alan. This is the book. There's no doubt about it. A guide for those mindful of God. Yeah, this is the book. No doubt about it. Still doesn't contradict me. Those who believe in the unseen is a guide for those mindful of Allah who believe in the unseen. You can believe without knowing. See, not knowing here. Establish prayer and donate what we have provided for them. And who believe in what has been revealed to you, O Prophet. And it was revealed to you and have sure. It doesn't. It doesn't speak of those who have certainty. It speaks of those who believe in the thing that is, they believe it is certain. That doesn't mean they have certainty just because they. Oh, just because you are convinced of something does not make it true. This is an integral thesis to critical thinking. And that is through revelation. No disagree from particular cancer news revelation words must. I know you would disagree, and that's what the problem is. Like, this is a problem with religion. This means that what you're telling me is true. It means that Muslims coddle themselves into thinking that they can have certainty, and it is from this certainty which all evil comes from. Every evil being in the history of humanity has been certain that what they were doing is good. They have had ultimate confidence. You cannot do this. It is unacceptable. You can be confident in things, you can believe in things, you can be like, have this as your belief, but as soon as you have certainty, then you start fucking shit up for everyone else. Those who have certainty, or if you want, like, there is no doubt regarding its authenticity or consistency. Where am I going wrong in life? You can firmly believe whatever the fuck you want, but there's absolutely no reason to believe you can have certainty about any of these things. You can absolutely act through things even though you don't know things. You can everyone does that because you do that every single day. And if you think about it, you know you do it every single day because you act on things all the time where you're like, oh, maybe that's not true. Maybe I'm going to do it. And you just act because you, like, the only people I've known who are this paralyzed by the uncertainty are people with severe autism. At the end of verse 4. Sorry, at the end of verse 4, not Surah 4, my brain. And have sure faith in the hereafter. Have certainty. So people who feel certain. These are people who are... This is honestly tragic. There's no. See, this, you shouldn't believe in God. This is why you shouldn't believe in God. This is the clearest evidence I've ever had that you shouldn't believe in God. Honestly. You go outside even though you don't like. Do you know it's going to rain or not? No, of course you don't know with certainty. Yet you still make decisions on whether or not to bring a raincoat. Do you know how cold it's going to be? Of course not. Do you know you're going to be struck by lightning? You still go outside. We all act continuously through our lives without certainty. But for some reason, it makes you feel good by saying you have certainty about certain things, and that's why you do it. It's literally just childish. Honestly, it's just childish. I'm done with my patience with this. It's just childish. There's no excuse for it. I have no reason to believe nothing you have ever shown me, like about it saying it's certain about itself. It being true tells you that the thing in your head is true. No point does the thing image in your head and your own confidence in your own certainty translate into something in the real world, or in the afterworld, or in the beyond world, in the any of the world. It is simply an excuse to stop thinking. Always an excuse to stop thinking. And that's fine. Sometimes you don't need to keep thinking. Sometimes you're done. Like, sometimes you, like, I don't need to think anymore. I'm just going to assume something. I'm just going to assume I'm right about this. And then you learn as you go on. As in this, actually, the perfect example. Imagine you stand before God. You stand before God at the day of judgment. You are being judged. And he tells you what you did was wrong. And you thought he wanted you. All your life you thought that was what he wanted you to do. And he tells you it was wrong. Do you then go, no, but I had certainty about what the Quran said? Different though. We know if we switch on the light it will go on. No, you don't. You know it should go on. You don't even know why it goes on. You absolutely don't know. Like, it's electrical. It's power bit. Like, what? That was the worst example you could have given me. Like, I've never imagined him. That was a better example of my point than my example was. You know you can currently stand on your two. I don't know. I can find out. Let's see. Let's see. I could. I could. Maybe in the next second. No, still not falling. Well, I can keep standing. And the longer I stand, the more I know. But the more confident I am. Sorry, I should say. It keeps working. Oh, no, we'll assume it. We'll assume I can stand on my 2 feet. For the sake of... Close enough. You don't need to assume it. No, you don't need to know it. You just need to assume it. You just need to act on it. And to prove this, I think we will go... Okay, how long is this? I can read... that's too long. That's too long. Of things doubtful. Let's go. So you're certain you can stand? No, I'm not certain I can stand now. I could still see. See, let's test. Oh no! See, no. I'm joking, but like, at any point in time, you could not be able to stand on your own 2 feet, and you would have no. I could have a stroke. I could have gotten a clot in my legs. I could have had my leg have fallen asleep. There are so many realities to imagine, and you don't even worse. There are so many realities we don't even know about. Like, my legs could quantum teleport to Jupiter. That's technically possible. Very unlikely. But it's, like, technically possible that my legs just disappear and that I can't stand on them because I don't have them. So it's like, what? You just can't grasp the concept that you can, like... it seems to me that you're using a definition of know and certain which has nothing to do with certainty. It has to do with assumptions, with guessing, with good enough, with I think so, or I believe so, to use the wording of the Quran. I believe it to be true. That is something I have a belief in. I believe myself to be able to stand on 2 legs. And if I am ever witness to any evidence to the contrary, I will understand, like, that would not surprise me. It's not impossible to me. It's not unreasonable to me to expect even that at a certain point in the future, I might not be able to. And it might come closer than I believe. I don't know if right now I have the ability to stand on my 2 legs because I'm not doing it. And even when I'm doing it, it might change at any second. And in fact, even worse than that, I might be hallucinating. I might not even be here. We might not even be real. You might just be hearing voices and talking to yourself. I could be a figment of your own imagination and you wouldn't even know. And of course I couldn't stand on my 2 legs because I wouldn't be real in that sense. Different ways one can be certain. No, we can go can't even go on that because you can say one can never be certain. But look, you just mean certain to be positive. You just mean certain to be positive word for knowledge. I don't like. What is the North Star for atheism? What? Do you mean this metaphorically? Or literally, the North Star is the unnamed star. Just the thing we saw, which was roughly closest to the point of light, roughly closest. The best guess we got. How do you live your day-to-day life? I just explained it by just assuming, by guessing. Like, I explained, I put on a cloak and go outside, even though I don't know if I will need it. That's how I live my life. And do atheists agree on that? My buddy, you agree on that. You're just telling yourself you don't, so that you make yourself feel like you can have certain knowledge about things, so you feel like there's things in your mind you can't criticize. There should always be things in your mind. There should never be anything in your mind where you going like, oh, I can't criticize this because I'm certain about it. Oh, no, 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 no. There is always room for improvement. I mean, how do you set a course for your life? The same. I just told you by putting on a like by that action is a metaphor for extended thinking. Like you do the same thing. You just make a guess, act on that guess. Where's the difficulty coming from? Like, is difficulty because you like certain because it sounds positive? Confident doesn't sound certain enough? Like, oh, but if I can only say I'm confident that God is true, then I'm not really Muslim enough? Is that the issue here? Is the issue here that we're so trapped in our own semantics that we can't even engage with the knowledge that we can't know things because we have experienced all of our lives how many falsities we admit as truths in our younger years, how dubious these things were, which I raised from thence. Okay, how can you say, let's stand on your 2 feet. I assume you can boom, you standing now. You're certain you're standing, isn't it? It's like you're certain you're wearing glasses. I don't know. It feels like I am. It looks like I am. How would I be certain? Oh, I mean, I'm touching him. Are they real? Are they imagine? Am I imagining them? Like what? Even this explanation of not being certain, you can know you can be wrong about this. You know you can be wrong about this. Oh. With this one can never reach a conclusion. No one can never reach a certainty. One can never delude yourself into having this confidence that you're telling yourself you need. That's my whole point. I'm telling you that the thing you seem to insist that you need is completely worthless. And might probably be bad. I don't know. You say that. You say that. Maybe I'm not real. Maybe I'm an AI generated image. Am I wearing glasses then? What would it mean for Andy to be wearing glasses? What if actually this is just a recording? Pre-recorded? Sorry. That would be very impressive if I could do that. What if this was just a pre-recording and I'm just psychic and I just saw everything we were going to talk about and actually I'm sitting in a different room with my glasses off reading because I don't like it when I can as long as I can avoid it. I don't like wearing glasses. I feel like I hate contact lenses more, but the idea here that you take some of these sort of things to be true just because, oh, I saw it, so therefore it must be true, and I felt it, so therefore it must. No, you must have experienced moments in your life where you felt and heard and seen and thought things that weren't true. How many falsities you have admitted as true. Have you not done that? Am I talking to like a vegetable? Like what's going on here? It can only reach a fake conclusion. See, like this is the thing. You just thinking about it as a net positive. Like, oh, it feels good if it's not fake. If it's definite, like it's fake, it's bad. Like if it's not certain, it's fake. So therefore, it's awful. Like therefore it's what, not true just because it's not certain? Is that is it either black or white? Is it either an apple or a banana? Is it like where there will never be truth, or remember there's only true or false. Actually, this might help. Not that one. This is short. I'm going to read it. It's moderately short. It's 4 pages, so it's not that short. Human method. Okay, so you want to say the whole math thing? Like literally the Descartes thing, he deals with math. We can go to math if you want to. Like, absolutely, no problem. And I mentioned the example earlier, which is easier to explain than his explanation, which is a deceitful demon. Imagine, actually, very easy, very easy. Imagine God was evil. Actually, no, it's very hard for you because then it fucks with your whole certainty thing. You need to delude yourself into thinking you have certain knowledge, so therefore it can't really. But try try to imagine that instead of a good God who created everything for us to sort of be just and learn, he made, actually, this is a sadistic, cruel God who created the universe just to fuck with us as much as possible in the short time we live. Imagine that. Could not this omnipotent, omniscient deity convince you anything about any formula and convince you, show you any visions you needed to do to believe that? Give you any false sense, give you any emotional state, which you can simulate through literally like drugs and alcohol. Like, we know that these things are can be simulated as well. All of these things that we rely on to feel comfortable in our beliefs has no degree of certainty, has no basis in certainty. That's like the entire point of 2,000 years of philosophy. You have to be certain about something. Okay, I gave you the thing to be certain about. Okay, I gave you the one thing to be certain about. Human fallibility. That's it. You don't need anything else. If you have certainty about fallibility, then there is no contradiction. You're certain that humans are fallible. You don't need anything else. Why? Why would you? Or because you apparently feel uncomfortable acting and planning and predicting your lives. Like, how do you set course for your life? By not relying on certainty, by not relying on this feeling, not being so afraid of uncertainty, not being so afraid of not knowing. And go for a walk where you don't know where you're going. Like, go try and live your life a little bit more curiously. But there's more than that. Why is there more than that? Why would you, why? You keep saying, we have to be certain about something. No, you have to believe you're certain. You can happily believe you're certain about something, and you can happily act on this belief. But if you start doing that, you, by the way, not me, you need to believe you're certain. Not only human fallibility, so you agree it doesn't apply to everything. Not only human, so you agree it doesn't apply to everything. I mean, it's like, literally, I don't understand. Like, it feels like you're like, well, I beat him over the head so much that maybe, okay, let's say, okay, sure. For the sake of argument, let's see where you go with this. I agree it doesn't apply to everything. Now what? Now what's your point? I mean, you can absolutely. I'm saying that you are living the unexamined life, and that to me is not really living. That to me is not living as a human, at least. It's much more similar to living as a vegetable, like, or a bird or a cat. Like, these can be happy. Vegetables can't be happy, unfortunately. That really shut down my argument. But I really like saying vegetable. Vegetable. Yeah, like what's the point of being human if you're not doing this? Now that you agree it doesn't apply to everything, that in itself removes for what is certain. No, it doesn't. We've only got the one thing, and the one thing that we have that isn't certain is that everything else is uncertain. Like, the only certain thing is that nothing is certain. Like, why does that actually... I'm fascinated, because any rational person would have just stopped this and moved on to something else. But I feel like it's so weird that I'm like literally bashing my head against this wall, and I genuinely can think of no explanation other than, well, it feels good to be certain. And it's like, okay, feel good, masturbate yourself every night. Like what is, like, okay, masturbation is good because it feels good. Like, rape is good because it feels good for me. Like, what's why comfort yourself so deliberately when you can live, when you can walk on the ice, when you can soar That's... I wrote about this. I wrote about this. Where is it? Did I write about it in this paper, or did I put it somewhere else? I remember seeing it when I was looking through. Oh, I hope I... Yes, now I remember. So the metaphor I used was... Oh. How does that work? Am I out of focus now? Am I always going to be out of focus? What if I do this? Oh, whatever. It's rational to you again, or you see it as rational. That's rational to you again, or you see it as rational. That's rational to you again, or you see it as... Oh my... Okay, what you've just presented with me is the argument that because we don't know anything, everything is true. That is what the argument is. Follow it logically to the end and you'll see that's what the argument is. Outrageous, honestly. I'm gonna read. Some years pass. No, I'm gonna read that one because that one is actually the relativity of wrong is important. But that's rational to you again, or you see it as rational. I mean, you see it as being rational. I know you're just making a statement, and I'm literally disappointed in you for making that statement because, like, you're saying the argument you're going here with here, the reasoning you're going with here, the steps you're going with here leads to. Well, because I don't know what the truth is, then everything is possible. It might be anything is true because of nothing is true. Like the idea that nothing is certain then means that you can then go, well, because you're not certain about, because you are certain about the nothing being certain, that means that other things might be certain because you know you're not certain about them, which means that other things might be. You can literally use that to justify literally any idea you possibly want. The only thing you need is internal consistency. And you know what? You can get that from any kind of ridiculous, like a sadist is internally, like, yeah, a sadist is internally consistent. Psychopaths are, atheists are, communists are. Like, being internally consistent isn't the same as certainty. And besides, like, I only accept it for the sake of argument because genuinely I think that that's just like how you're essentially just saying you can't make that statement. That statement cannot be made. It's unacceptable to make the statement that there is nothing that is knowable because, oh, it's self-defeating. Well, it's like, well, if everything except that one thing is uncertain and unknowable, everything except tautologies and things that are true by their own definition, like, why, or semantics basically, why does that mean that everything else has to be... The reason I'm saying nothing is certain is because of the definition of certainty and yeah, it's just tautologically true. Tautologically probably a bit strong, but honestly, yeah, it's the best comparison to it is just as a tautology. It's just an inherently self-true thing. You don't need it to have anything else. It doesn't need to lead to anything else. It doesn't need to have any other attributes. It only has to have itself. Saying, oh, but I think that, and you might be wrong about thinking that. And it's like, okay. You might be wrong about the great big juju at the bottom of the sea. Like, why are we using this to make any kind of... Where are we going? Still, I want to see the premise conclusion, where you go from there is certainty in the Quran to there is certainty in your brain. And besides, vastly different place we are at. than where we started at, where I simply relied on a collective thing we all agree on, which is human fallibility. And now we're like, oh, but technically that statement, everything you believe is false, is like, oh, I think it doesn't sound correct. Like, okay, then change it to humans are fallible. Or, like, what is this is not just a semantic point. Just an objection to the use of language to describe things. That's like, well, I'm struggling to understand. Like, you're struggling to understand what? That you can act? That's what you seem to be struggling with. That you can act without certainty. Well, okay, then the problem is that we use a different definition of the word certainty, I guess. And I'm accusing you of using the word certainty to make it sound like it's nicer. I think we will. The relativity of wrong or the 6 metaphysical things. How far? Okay, we can do one. That's one. Okay. Some years passed, I perceived how many falsities I admitted as truths in my younger years, and how dubious these things were which I raised from thence, and therefore I thought it requisite, if I had designed to establish anything that could prove firm and permanent in sciences, that once in my life I should clearly cast aside all my former opinions, and begin anew from some first principles. But this seemed a great task, and I still expected that maturity of years, than which none could be more apt to receive learning, upon which account I waited so long, that at last I should deservedly be blamed that I had spent that time in deliberation, which remained only for action. This day, therefore, I conveniently released my mind from all cares, procured myself to a time and quiet, free from all business, and retired myself alone, and now at length I will freely and seriously apply myself to the general overthrow. So this is it. Like, this is the thing you're talking about. Somebody else has done it. Somebody else has worked through it. Literally all we need to do is read this and you will get to the point. To the accomplishment of which it will not be necessary for me to prove them all false, for that perhaps I shall never achieve, but because my reason persuades me that I must withdraw my assent from no less than these opinions which seem not so very certain and undoubted, then I should, from those that are apparently false, it will be sufficient that I reject all those wherein I find any occasion of doubt. Neither to effect this is necessary that they should all be run over particularly, which would be an endless trouble, but because the foundation being once undermined, whatever is built thereupon will of its own accord come to the ground. It shall therefore be immediately sought the very principle on which I have allowed was grounded. So literally, instead of going through all of the things you can be uncertain about, literally just go for some principles. Go for some. We know that seeing things, hearing things, smelling things, all of these can be hallucinated. You know, we can be wrong about thinking things. We can be wrong about logic. We know all of these things. We've experienced all of these things. We know we can be wrong about God. We've seen other people be wrong about God. Like, we know all of these things. We have evidence of all of these things. All of these things are automatically cast into doubt because we know that they can be doubted. Not so very certain. And then we have no first principles by which to act from certainty. Because we know all of these things can be false. Whatever I have hitherto admitted as most true, that I received either from or by my senses, but these I have often found to deceive me, and it is prudence never certainly to trust those that I have, though but once deceived us. See, senses, but doubt. Though sometimes the senses deceive us, being exercised about remote or small objects, there are many things of which we cannot doubt, though we know them only by the senses. But yet there are, with a question mark, as that at present I am in this place, I am sitting by a fire, I have a winter gown on me, that I feel this paper in my hands, all these examples you come with. But how can it be denied that these hands or this body is mine? Lest I should compare myself to those madmen whose brains are disturbed by such disorderly melancholic vapour, that makes them continually profess themselves to be kings, though they are very poor, or fancy themselves clothed in purple robes, though they are naked, that their heads are made of clay as a bottle or of glass. These are madmen. I should be as mad as they in following their example by fancying these things as I do. Solution. One, this truly would seem very clear to those that never sleep and suffer the same things, and sometimes more unlikely in their repose, than these madmen do whilst they are awake. For how often am I persuaded in a dream of these usual occurrences, that I am in this place, that I have a gown on me, that I am sitting by a fire, though all while I am laying naked between the sheets. All of these examples. We could be dreaming, we could be hallucinating, we could be on drugs without knowing it, we could be in the matrix without knowing it. But now I am certain that I am awake and look upon this paper, neither is this head which I shake asleep, unknowingly and willingly stretch out this hand, and I am sensible to things that things so distinct could not happen that to one that sleeps, as if I could not remember myself to have been deceived formerly in my sleep by the like thoughts, which while I consider more attentively, I am so far convinced of the difficulty of distinguishing sleep from waking that I am amazed, and this very amazement almost persuades me that I am asleep. Second doubt. Wherefore let us suppose that ourselves asleep, and these things are not true, viz. That we open our eyes, move our heads, stretch our hands, and perhaps that we have no such things as a hands or body. Yet we must confess that what we see in dreams, as it were, a painted picture which cannot be devised but after the likeness of some real thing, and that therefore these generals, at least viz. Eyes, heads, hands, and the whole body, are things really existent and not imaginary. For painters themselves, even when they design mermaids and satyrs in the most unusual shapes, do not give them natures altogether new, but only add the diverse parts of different animals together. And if by chance they invent anything so new that nothing was ever seen like it, for that 'tis wholly fictitious and false, yet the colours at least of which they make it must be true colours. Yet nevertheless we must of necessity confess the more simple and universal things to be true, of which, such as true colours, these images of things, whether true or false, which are in our minds, are made, such as the nature of a body in general, and its extension, also the shape of things extended, with the quantity or bigness of them, their number also, and their place wherein they are, the time in which they continue, and the like, and therefore from hence we make no bad conclusion that physic, both natural and medicinal, astronomy, and all other sciences which depend upon the consideration of compound things, are doubtful. But arithmetic, geometry, and the like, which we treat only as the most simple and general things, not regarding whether they are like or not, having them certain or undoubted, for whether I sleep awake, 2 and 3 added make 5, a square has no more sides than 4, etc. Neither does it seem possible that such plain truths can be doubted of. Well, let's see. You can't see the fallibility of humans as being possibly true, even like that. Where I'm jumping back, so like yoinking your chain back, so we go back to the thrust of the statement. We can't reach a conclusion. Let me rather use certainly, even like when making statements, isn't it, or mean like facts. So the main thing is we can't reach a conclusion. Why not? Why, you can't have certainty in your conclusions. That doesn't mean you can't reach conclusions. Like we're talking about here, like as he's going to show with arithmetic and geometry, like we can make conclusions based on, that's in fact the whole philosopher thing. Like one of the great thing, or one of the awful and great things about having a discussion with me when it comes to like real things like politics and science, is that if you tell me that the truth is different, then my reasoning is still true, right? Because I'm still just explaining. Oh, true. I'm gonna have a problem with that word here. Like my reasoning isn't necessarily false just because the truth, like the facts, are different. The reasoning is separate from the facts. And so, if the reasoning, you can reach conclusions based on false facts, and those conclusions might not correspond to any such real things, but yeah. So let's see. By all this, while there is rooted in my a certain old opinion of being an omnipotent God, who I am created in the state I am in, and how I know, but he caused all that there should be, but he caused that there should be no earth, no heaven, no body, no figure, no magnitude, no place, and yet all these things should seem to me as they now are. And as I very often judge others to err about those things which they are thoroughly understand, so why may I not be deceived whenever I add 2 or 3, or count the sides of a square, or whatever other easy matter can be thought of? Being of an omnipotent God. So you know, like the thing that's, I didn't notice this the years ago when I first noticed it, but it's essentially, because you know there is an omnipotent God, you know that it is possible that you are deceived about everything. You have to have doubt about everything. Therefore, like the it's such a comfort drug. Certainty is such a comfort drug. But third doubt. But perhaps God wills not that I should be deceived, for he is said to be infinitely good. Solution. Yet if it were repugnant to his goodness to create me so that I should always be deceived, it seems also unagreeable to his goodness to permit me to be deceived at any time, which at last no one will affirm. Some that are truly who had rather deny God's omnipotence than believe that all things uncertain, but there at present we may not contradict. And we will suppose all this to God to be false. Yet whether we will suppose me to become what I am, but by fate, by chance, by a continued chain of causes, or any other way, because to err is an imperfection, by how much the less power they will assign to the author of my being, so much more probable it will be that I am so imperfect as to be always deceived. One is always in doubt. Yes, one is always he is working through all of this. That's why I brought this up, because he is literally working through this whole argument. And like, maybe he just says it. I mean, obviously it's very old written, but like, if I can't explain, I tried to be fair, I failed my attempted bachelor's essay twice, and this was about this. This is what I wrote about in my bachelor's essay. So. On my failed bachelor's. So, like, he literally goes through all of these sort of examples of, well, I can trust this, well, like the sugar thing, the sciences, well, actually, it's entirely possible that, because these are composite ideas, they could all be relying on different forces. Oh, but what about the mathematics? Well, actually, now you see, because I've been deceived about other things, and smarter people than me have been deceived about similarly, about our own reasoning. Therefore, you can't say even though simple matter that I'm perhaps mistaken in counting the sides of the square. And then we go on, well, but what if God is good? Well, then actually no. But if God, even if God is good, then would it not be weird that I'm wrong about everything? Should I not just assume, or anything? Should I not just assume that I'm wrong about everything then? So yes, one is always in doubt. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of Western philosophy. That's the whole point of the study of epistemology. That's the whole insight from 2,500 years of hard work, is we are always in doubt. We have to act even with doubt. And if you don't, then you're just comforting yourself, so that you don't have to think critically about some of your ideas. Because that's the only consequence of having this certainty, that you stop thinking critically of the things you are certain of. You should never, ever, ever in your life stop being critical of any ideas, period. And also, I kind of wanted to mention the relativity of wrong, because then it's not just wrong and right. There we go. John, when people thought the earth was flat, they were wrong. When people thought the earth was spherical, they were wrong. But if you think that thinking the earth is spherical is just as wrong as thinking the earth is flat, then your view is wronger than both of them put together. The basic trouble, you see, is that people think that right and wrong are absolute, that everything that isn't perfectly and completely right is totally and equally wrong. That's the problem I'm ramming my head into. Like, this is consistently, like, literally everything, both you and Nasir, sorry, is it? Asif, sorry. Like, literally the same thing. Like, that's the sentence. That's what I'm struggling with there. And also Isaac Asimov writes much more legibly than the guy who wrote several centuries before him. Sorry. To which arguments I know not what to answer, but I am forced to confess that there is nothing of all those things which I formerly received as truths, whereof at present I may not doubt, and this doubt shall not be grounded in an inadvertency or levity, but upon strong premeditated reasons, and therefore I must hereafter, if I design to discover any truth, withdraw my assent from them, no less than from apparent falsehood. But 'tis not sufficient to think only transiently of these things. Okay, actually, in order to understand this, because you are gone a little bit, it's like to accomplish the accomplishment of trying to find the firm foundation of which to believe things, the certainty you're searching for. He said, it will not be necessary for me, like he's trying to, it took time, retired, and he's going to try and overthrow all his former opinions to see which survive. He's going to try and destroy everything he's ever believed, and whatever survives is the only thing that's true. The thing he finds out is this most famous of all philosophical quotes, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. That is the only thing. The triviality of existence, of something existing, is the only thing we can have certainty about. And I honestly, we could read it, but we will we'll finish it. And then I think I might be signing off very soon. To which arguments I know not what to answer. There is nothing of all these things I formerly received as truths, whereof at present I may not doubt, and this doubt shall be granted. Yeah. But 'tis not sufficiently to think only transiently on these things. But I must take care to remember them, for daily my old companions return to me, and much against my will almost possess my belief tied to them, as if it were by continued use of and right of familiarity. Neither shall I ever cease to assent and trust in them, whilst I suppose them as in themselves they really are. That is to say, something doubtful, as now I have proved, yet notwithstanding highly probable. Like we were talking about, highly probable, doubtful but highly probable. You still believe things, even if you can't know things, which it is much more reasonable to believe than disbelieve. Which is much more reasonable to believe than disbelieve. Huh? Get the closest you can. Or at least you choose the one which is more reasonable. In whichever situation you find yourself in. To which, let's see. Wherefore I conceive I should not do amiss, if, with my mind bent clearly on the contrary side, I should deceive myself, and suppose them for a while altogether false and imaginary, till at length the weights of prejudice being equal in each scale, no ill custom may any more draw my judgment from the true conception of things. For I know from hence I will follow no dangerous error, and I can't too immoderately pamper on my own incredulity, seeing what I am about concerns not practice, but speculation. To which end I will suppose not an infinitely perfect God, the fountain of truth, but that some evil spirit, which is very powerful and crafty, has used all his endeavours to deceive me. I will conceive the heavens, earth, colours, figures, sounds, and all outward things are nothing else but the delusions of dreams, by which he has laid snares to catch my easy belief. I will consider myself as not having hands, eyes, flesh, blood, or senses, that I falsely think that I have all these. I will continue firmly in this meditation, and though it lies not in my power to discover any truth, yet this is in my power, not to assent to any falsities, and with a strong resolution take care that the mighty deceiver, though never so powerful or cunning, impose not anything on my belief. And that's the whole thing. I mean, that's not the whole thing. You have to read the whole thing, but to get the whole thing. But it's such a perfect summary of this. Is the sort of like, though it lies not in my power to discover any truth, it is in my power not to assent to any falsities. That's what you can get. That's like the certainty, I guess, you want. As the certainty in doubt. Certainty in false things. You can prove things wrong. You can never prove things right. Actually, that might have been it. That might have been the whole solution to this whole conversation. Maybe that was the magic word. You can only, or magic words. The only things you can be certain of are things that aren't true. You can never be certain of things that are true. I can never be certain that my legs can carry me, but if my legs don't carry me when I rise up, they still do, then I can be certain. Or then I can be certain that my legs can't carry me. That maybe that's the solution. Maybe that's all we were talking past each other the whole way around. And that if so, this guy is even in doubt who wrote this. That's an ungraspable thing. Nothing he uttered like a person can do wrong. He says he doesn't know if he did. René Descartes is the one who wrote this. And like, yeah, I mean, I admit that when you were gone, I read some of it. But like the whole of the whole point of this is okay, I'll read the beginning again, just so you were. Like, he discovered how many falsities he admitted as truth when he was younger, and how dubious some of these things, like the beliefs he had based on these. Like, he realized that actually many of the things I believed when I was younger was dubious. So therefore, he thinks, okay, I'm a philosopher. I'm going to try and find some firm and permanence in science. I'm going to try and find something we can base truth on. And in fact, he describes that first principles. And so the idea to achieve this is to try and dismiss everything. That's the first, like everything that he can dismiss, everything that is at all doubtable, everything that is, to the accomplishment which is not necessary to prove them all false, for that I shall perhaps never achieve, but you can rather that he should withdraw his assent from opinions that seem not so certain and undoubted. Then I should find those that are apparently false. It will be sufficient if I reject though all those wherein I found any occasion of doubt. So that's how you start, okay, let's find out if there is any certain knowledge. Okay, let's try and discredit everything. Okay, well, the first thing you get is, well, okay, sometimes the senses deceive us about remote or small objects. But then, he says, but maybe madmen are madmen. Like, he makes your argument for you. Like, but these are only madmen. They can, but then you're like, well, actually, when I'm asleep, I have sometimes sensed that I'm persuaded in a dream of these usual occurrences, that I am in this place, that I have a gown on me, that I am sitting by a fire, though all the while I am lying naked by the sheets. So, now I'm certain. See, he then continues on. Suppose that we assume we are ourselves asleep, because he wouldn't know, right? He has imagined himself asleep and woken up and realized he was asleep. Rely such clearly on the senses, things that we might have imagined, things we might have dreamed. But what about the arithmetic, geometry, and the like? These are so simple in general. Well, then he goes, well, hang on. If I can be wrong about these other things I can sense, can I not be wrong when I count the sides of the square? Can I not be wrong when I have seen 2 and 3, counted the 2 and 3 put together? Can he not be wrong about all of these things? Well, of course, if he can be wrong about the other thing, he must be able to be wrong about the other things. So, okay, but God wills are not deceived, for he is said to be infinitely good. Okay, well, then he points out, well, isn't it weird then that I'm wrong about anything if he's infinitely good? Doesn't it not seem, if it's repugnant to his goodness to create a man so that he is always deceived, is it not always also unagreeable to be deceived at any time? Right? and we will suppose all of this of God to be false, yet it will suppose me, I am however much. And then we finally get to the one which I really, really liked, which and I suppose not an infinitely perfect God, the fountain of truth, but some evil spirit. And then when you have that, then you can doubt everything. And that's the point. You can't have certainty. And just because, actually, it seems like what you mean by doubt is believing not to be true. That's not what doubt means. Doubt is not believing to be true. Not believing not to be true, but not having the belief that it is true. Oh, it's the atheist thing again. It's like, oh, atheists just believe that there isn't a God. No, atheists don't believe that there is a God. That's the difference. Like, it's like not having a thing is not the same as having the negation of a thing. Yeah. I feel like that's like that should be it. That should be the whole of the thing. But yeah, he also like the rest of it is also it's quite like I can mention I noticed when I was reading it, it's written in oldie English, but maybe you know oldie French. But yeah, but it's worth like the worth going to is like the only thing he can really get at, the only thing he can actually say is a triviality that something exists. He phrases it in a way that makes people think that he's saying more than he's saying, but all he's saying is there is existence. He says that because of his mind having these thoughts, he can't know anything more about them than being thoughts. Then there must be something that exists that has these thoughts must exist at some point. And that's the triviality of existence. Cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am. That is the only one that he couldn't doubt. That he tried so hard to doubt everything, and he couldn't. So and so that's why I've been so frustrated the past 2 hours trying to explain this to. Is it 2 hours? Have we been on this one topic? How long have we been on this one topic? Oh, not that long. Only like an hour. But unless you have something to add, I'm feeling tired. And I mean I could sit there and watch something while I eat, but I'll do that by myself. Thank you very much for coming. I hope to see you again. I will be setting up one of these streams every week. I probably don't want to talk about gods every time. Honestly, I don't think. I think the whole point of this stream was mainly to get out there the things I sort of felt like. I felt like I'd abandoned all of you to this world where I didn't exist anymore. But I felt like I'd sort of had all these ideas that I kept to myself, that all these thoughts, and I feel like I've shared most of them now. Certain only of his existence because, like you said, I think therefore, yeah, the only thing, or not his own existence, is aware of existence. I think therefore I am. Does like most people interpret it to mean, oh, he literally like if you read the whole text, you understand that he's just being like it's just a clever way of making the point or stating what he believes. Like it's hard to use words to describe this thing. There is existence is what would be the most technically accurate way of phrasing it. But that obviously doesn't sound as pretty as I think therefore I am. Right? But all he gets to is not that he exists. It's like his thoughts could be part of this great sea of things. It could be all that exists. It could be the mind of God being like imprinted on. Like the only thing we have is like he could be a snail crawling on the shell of God. Like it's so yeah. Yeah, so it's about to go, lol. See. I was gonna say. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not one of those atheists, or I don't think there are many actually of those atheists who think that saying I love saying God. God damn it, Jesus fucking Christ! I love using God and cut the language that we have inherited. But yeah, thank you for showing up, and maybe I'll see you another time.